I'm extremely disappointed to announce that the Quality Learing Center has officially closed. They've closed up shop, everybody. Quality Learing Center is no more. Am I sad about this? Yes. Don't sit there and tell me you weren't a fan of the Quality Learing Center. Don't tell me you didn't graduate from the Quality Learing Center. Because I know a lot of you did. I know a lot of you were upset about this. I know I am. Is Nick Shirley? No, he's probably laughing to the bank. Because my favorite learning center, my favorite Learing Center is now closed. Why would he do this? Why would Nick Shirley do this? Why? Oh, boy. This is gold, man. I mean, this might be the funniest thing I've ever seen. Quality Learing Center, and I'm reading the article real quick. So Minneapolis Child Care Center, highlighted in Nick Shirley's video, has closed. Let's take a look. The Quality Learing Center closed on, by the way, this is from StarTribune.com. Minneapolis Child Care Center highlighted. Quality Learing Center closed on January 6th, according to state records. The Minneapolis Child Care Center, prominently featured in a viral video attempting to expose fraud in Minnesota, has suddenly closed, state records show. The Quality Learing Center, they say Learning Center, but we all know that they're leering, shut its doors on Tuesday, January 6th, according to the State Department of Children, Youth, and Families. Isn't it funny how the moment that the well ran dry from the government, once federal funding was cut off, they're like, "Welp, we've been exposed." God, this is the gift that keeps on giving, dude. This is the gift that just keeps on giving, and I'm all for it, dude. The Quality Learing Center. I love it. I should get my education from there. But the Quality Learing Center has shut down, you guys. It closed. Thanks to Big Dick Nick Shirley, dude. I'm so upset. I'm so angry. I just found out about this. This happened 2 days ago, people. The Quality Learing Center is sadly no more. My heart will go on and on. So there are these spammers that keep calling me. I'm gonna call one of the spammers to me. This will make me feel better, all right? I wanted Quality Learing Center to give me a quality learing education, okay? Now I have to call these scammers that keep calling me back. Hold on.
I'm Michael.
Hey, what's up?
Hi, my name's Mary, and I'm with Travel Services. We do the booking and fulfillment for over 250 resorts, and it shows in our system that you never booked your 4 bonus vacations.
Okay.
Did you forget about COVID put in your way?
I guess I totally spaced it. I'm a busy guy.
All right, so they'd given you 18 months to book your dates and pay your promotional booking fees. So now we're going to give you another 3 years and upgrade you to first-class condo resort accommodations on all your vacations. So it actually works out in your favor.
Okay.
Do you still plan on traveling in the next 3 years?
I mean, I definitely could use a vacay.
Yeah. All right. So you had a 3-day, 2-night cruise. Now it's up to 8 days, 7 nights from any port of sale to any destination that you choose on any of our 3 major cruise lines. You have an 8-day, 7-night condo stay with 1,000 destinations to choose from, and 2 5-day, 4-night condo stays with over 50 destinations to choose from Maui, Hawaii to Vietnam and anywhere in between. There are no blackout dates, and with 90-day notice, we guarantee your travel dates on major holidays. A 30-day notice guarantees your dates throughout the rest of the year, and all 4 vacations cover up to 4 adults or a family of 5 with children.
Okay.
The only thing that you would need to pay to extend your vacation time out would be the exact same booking fees that you would have originally paid, except for you have a large credit on file with us. So just give me one moment. I'll pull up that file and see how much credit it is.
Do I need to pay anything? Like if I were to give you my credit card or something like that or something? I don't know. Do I need to pay anything? I'm just confused. I'm sorry. You still there?
Hi, Michael. My name is Chrissy. I'm one of the promotional directors here at Travel Services. How are you doing this evening?
Oh, pretty good. I just want to pay for what I have to pay for so I can get the sweet vacation.
Okay, sounds great. I'll be delighted to assist you. Now, your call was transferred to me as a courtesy, and Mary just wanted to see if there's anything extra special I could do for you and answer any questions you may have, and we're going to most definitely get this rolling. Mm-hmm. Now, I do see that you paid an activation and registration fee on the vacation package. That was to a third-party promotional travel marketing company. They gave you your 18 months to book your dates and pay your promotional booking fees. You never got around to it, but that's okay. Right. We know that most travelers never got around to traveling, no fault of their own. You do still plan on doing the traveling thing within the next 3 to 5 years, right?
What about Vegas? Is there any Vegas bookings that you guys got?
You get to pick wherever you want to go. That is all on you.
Oh, so I could hang out, I could choose Vegas straight up?
You absolutely can.
Okay, because I've been wanting to go to one of those Bitcoin conferences.
Mm-hmm.
And I want to meet Michael Saylor. So I've heard that they do a lot of Bitcoin conferences down in Vegas. So I think it'd be cool to meet Michael Saylor.
Well, you can absolutely choose Vegas as one of your destinations. That is not a problem. Now, as long as you're still planning on traveling, regardless of why you never booked your dates, this actually does end up working in your favor. We start by upgrading your double bed, mini fridge, coffee pot you had in the room before. You're going to start looking forward to having your master bedroom suite, living room, full kitchen, and your complimentary breakfast buffet on all your vacations, so much better accommodations. Now, I know Mary had mentioned you had a bonus cruise that was extended to 8 days and 7 nights from any port of any destination on one of the 3 major cruise lines, Royal Caribbean, Norwegian, and Carnival. Now you can take an Alaska cruise, Eastern or Western Caribbean, Baja Peninsula. You can even go on Cayman Islands. Now on this particular cruise, I'm going to go ahead and do something extra special for you. I'm including the beverage packages. And I'm going to go ahead and waive the all-inclusive fee. So all your beverages, both alcohol and non-alcoholic, it's going to be all included.
Sweet.
You're not going to pay anything additional on that cruise, okay?
Oh, incredible. Where do I sign up? How do I what do I pay? I'll pay now. I mean, if I gotta. That's...
Well, I got a couple other things I want to add for you too. I want you to know about before we get to that, okay?
Okay.
Now, on your 8-day, 7-night condo stay, this one right here might be a really good one for Vegas. This one has over 1,000 destinations to choose from. I like to call it the bucket list. You get to go anywhere, domestic or international. Mm-hmm. So you can use that one and play around with it. You have 2 5 to 4 night vacations that are from your original package. I'm giving you a 5th trip as well, but that's going to be an all-inclusive land stay. Now, that one has 14 all-inclusive destinations. 10 are in Mexico, 2 are in the Dominican Republic, 1's in Panama, 1's a carousel. Now, these include all your meals, your breakfast, your lunch, your dinners, all your beverages, your alcohol, non-alcoholic, your activities. If you want to go snorkeling, that's included. Your gratuities, your room service. We've arranged for the transportation from the airport to the resort, back to the airport when you're done. There are no blackout dates. We do guarantee your travel dates with a 90-day advance notice for all your major holidays. A 30-day advance notice throughout the rest of the year. All 5 of your vacations cover up to 4 adults or a family of 5 with children. And I'm going to go ahead and extend your vacation so they never expire. I'm taking that expiration date and throwing it away. And it means that you are on all 5 vacations. You'll never lose them again. They never expire. They're guaranteed for life.
That's pretty
Now,
cool.
just a little bit about us. Now, we're the main fulfillment center here in the States. We are direct partners to over 260 resorts worldwide, such as Marriott, Wyndham, Westgate, Blue Green, all of RCI, Diamond
This is
Resorts,
amazing,
and
dude.
so
This
many
is
more.
amazing.
We've been in business for over 15 years and accredited with the Better Business Bureau for
Oh,
over
these
11
guys
years
are
straight. We're not a
scammers.
third party. We're direct
Total
partners to the
scammers.
resort. Now,
I got it on mute.
do
They're
you have any
scamming.
questions so far, Michael?
I mean, it's a lot to take in as far as the benefits. So I mean, I'm just kind of
Yes.
like it's not too many questions. I
It's
just
a
think
lot.
it's cool. Like it's you don't get this opportunity every day, so it's kind of neat.
That is very true. That's very true. Now, all in all, I'm going to just recap for you one more time. You have 5 vacations. 2 of them are all-inclusive. You can take them however you like. If you want to, you can make them 2 cruises. You can do 2 all-inclusive land stays or split them up, 1 cruise, 1 all-inclusive. You have your 8-day, 7-night condo stay with the 1,000 destinations, and you have your 2 5-day, 4-night vacation trips from the original package with 50 destinations to choose from. Now, the only thing the resorts require you to extend your vacations out so they never expire is to pay the exact same booking fee that if you had traveled within the first 24 months, except now the resorts are giving you a full credit for the chance you never had it, for the vacations you never had a chance to use. Now, the booking fees originally were per person. That was $649 per person, and for the first 2 travelers was $1298. Now, once I apply for your resort credit, it brings your $1298 down to $798.
Dude, she just keeps going,
so
dude.
we're starting you out with a $500 credit to begin with. Now, that's not $798.
She
per
is not
vacation or
shutting
per
her
person.
fucking
That
yap, dude.
$798 has you completely paid in full for 5 vacations.
She wants
You
to
never
give
pay
me
us
this
anymore.
vacation.
The only out-of-pocket expenses after today for you is going to be your transportation to and from your resort and your room taxes, which is Uncle Sam. Unfortunately, we can't really get over on Uncle Sam. So that's going to average out to be about $20 a night. That's not per person. That is per night. Now, I'm not going to leave you empty-handed. I will be providing you the confirmation number and a toll-free number for booking.
Oh, she
and
wants to
reservations.
she wants to
You'll
drain my
also
fucking
receive
bank,
an
dude. She
immediate
wants to
email
drain my bank account,
confirmation,
dude.
as well as a text
She's
message,
terrible.
which both have a link to download your Welcome Aboard kit. You're going to get all that tonight. And in 7 to 10 days, you'll receive a hard copy Welcome Aboard kit in the mail. Those will all include a new itinerary, a digital receipt showing paid in full, and a confirmation letter.
Laugh
Now,
out
I do
loud.
have a couple other discounts. I want to see if you qualify for them.
Mm-hmm.
Now, are you at least 25 years or older with a combined annual income of $50,000 or greater prior to taxes?
I mean, I'm a Bitcoin millionaire, so.
So we're going to say, you're a Bitcoin millionaire? Okay. That means you got to take me on one of your trips.
Oh,
right,
yeah.
so-
Michael Saylor's going to be my plus one, dude. Like I said, I met Michael Saylor a couple times, and, Michael Saylor, that's why I'm so obsessed with seeing Michael Saylor again, at least live. It was really cool to meet him, and, Bitcoin changed my life, man. So.
Nice. Do you have anyone in your family, military, law enforcement, teachers, nurses, or veterans?
Let's see. I'm trying to think if anybody's...
Even extended family, okay? Even extended family.
Can't think of anybody at the moment that would be that would qualify for any of those categories.
Okay. Are you a part of AAA or AARP?
Let's see. You said AAA or AARP?
Mm-hmm.
I don't think I have either of those.
Are you a homeowner?
I own like 3.
Okay. So we qualify for 2 of those out of the 4. I got you down to $798 so far. So what I'm going to do is try to get you down a little bit further. And just because I like you and you're going to be my last sale for the night, I'm also going to add an additional trip for you. So you're going to have 6 vacations.
I can't.
And I'm going to get you down to $698. Now, I'm going to go ahead and add, do you want another cruise or do you want another 5-day, 4-night trip? I'm giving you the option.
I mean, cruise does sound pretty cool, but so I don't want to just do only cruises, though. I want to try to go for the Vegas route, mainly. Hang out in Vegas, mainly.
Okay. Well, what you can do, because the 5-day 4-night is probably going to give you more options
Okay.
land-wise. So most definitely it's probably going to be the best option for you. Now, your 2 all-inclusives, how are you going to take those? Are you going to take one cruise, one all-inclusive? Are you going to take 2 cruises? How are you going to split them up?
I guess I could do the cruise all-inclusive.
Mm-hmm.
That'd be kind of cool.
You going to do 2 of those?
Laugh out
You
loud.
going to do one in both?
Border Patrol shot 2 people in
All right,
Portland,
now,
Oregon today.
Michael, I have your
They
last
did
name
not
is
alert
Garza?
emergency services, left
Yeah,
the
yeah.
scene, and the victims were left to drive themselves to the hospital.
Yeah, that's correct.
Awesome. Good deal. So I think I have all of that. And your phone number ending in 1402 is your cell number, correct?
Whoa, hold on, one more time. Yeah.
Oh, okay, great. All right. So, you know what? I really like you. I'm going to just do something really. You're my last sale of the night, and I really just want to take care of you. I'm going to go ahead and give you 6 vacations for $598 just because I feel like doing it, and I'm just ready to go home.
I get it.
Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and do that for you. Now, of course, you're not in front of me. Obviously, you're not here in front of me to sign anything. I am going to be required to transfer you over to the verification department to create an audio receipt for your protection as well as ours. They'll briefly but thoroughly go over every single thing that you'll be receiving as a customer and everything that you'll be responsible for, that we'll be responsible for as a company when you travel. Now, this audio receipt will be available to you at any point in time that you request it, and that will guarantee everything that you'll be receiving today. And before I get you over to the verification department, for that $598, is there a middle initial that is on your card? Is that the J?
You say, sorry, middle initial J?
Yeah, right? Is it on your card?
Yeah, well, there should be a J last time I checked.
Okay, good. Awesome. Now, which card are we going to be using tonight? Visa, MasterCard, Discover, American Express?
I mean, like, I just use Bitcoin.
Okay, we don't take Bitcoin.
Oh.
Yeah, that poses a problem.
Yeah. I cut up all my credit cards, and I don't even know where my debit card's at.
Well, that poses a slight problem. Can you pull up your debit card on your phone?
No, I have zero clue where it's at. Like, I lost it like 6 months ago, and it's around the house somewhere, and I have zero clue where it's at.
Oh, I know. I mean, like on your app on your phone, you have your debit card. I know I have mine on my phone.
Oh, it doesn't actually like reveal any of the numbers on the phone, unfortunately. I've tried. It's frustrating.
Okay. Well, I believe we're at a standstill because, unfortunately, the only form of payments that we would accept would be the Visa, MasterCard, Discover, or American Express.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry about that. I think you guys probably accepted Bitcoin.
Yeah, unfortunately, we don't accept Bitcoin.
Crap. Do you guys accept like Dogecoin or anything?
No.
So I do everything in crypto these days just because it's been surprisingly easy. I'm surprised how much I could pay with crypto, but sometimes I do have to convert it and then do some MoneyGram stuff, but
yeah.
I'm sorry about that.
That's okay. That is okay. So what's going to happen is I'm going to go ahead and close your account down. You're going to lose all the credits that have been applied, unfortunately. And the price is going to go back up to $12.98.
Baba booey, 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 baba booey.
You have a good night, Michael.
Border Patrol, it looks like so far, Border Patrol shot 2 people in Portland, Oregon today. I'm just reading a super chat real quick on my YouTube thing. They did not alert emergency services. Oh, you're on the Michael Garza Show, by the way. It left the scene, and the victims were left to drive themselves to the hospital. That's crazy.
No, actually, I'm not.
Oh,
I bought this package. I bought this package for my mother. I'm not a scammer.
You scam your mother?
You have a good night.
You scam your mom, too? Jeez, you're sick. Dude, that was so freaking funny, dude. You could tell she was so upset when I said I only do Bitcoin, right? And oh my God, that is so funny. These people are ridiculous, dude. They're scammers, man. It's crazy. Oh, I think they might be calling me back.
Hi, Mr. Garza.
Hey, what's going on?
Hi, Mike. My name is Lisa. How are you? I'm with Premier Vacations. We do the booking and fulfilling for over 250 resorts. I love your exuberance. And I do all the booking.
Okay.
And it shows in our system that you never got around to booking your earned bonus vacations. At no fault of your own, you may have forgotten that you even had it, but it definitely works in your favor, Mike, because they upgraded every aspect of your vacations. You do plan on traveling again in the next few years, of course, right?
Oh, I'd love to. I definitely want to go to Vegas more often.
No, I was just talking to you. Have a good day.
Okay, so I'm gonna. This is so great. These guys spam call me all the time, so I've just been calling them back. But I'm gonna read really quick. Yib Still's super chat, and I want to thank you very much, Yib Still, for the $10 super chat. Though, so I greatly appreciate it, brother. So he's saying Border Patrol shot 2 people in Portland, Oregon today. They did not alert emergency services, left the scene, and the victims were left to drive themselves to the hospital. Whoa! That's wild. Yib still says CBP has jurisdiction 100 miles from any border, including coastlines. This is wild. That's wild, really? They fled the scene? Hey, Maddox, thank you so much for the 100 gift. Everybody, make sure you guys subscribe to Maddox Purcell. Also, make sure you guys subscribe to Yib Still. Make sure you subscribe to Yib Still. Thank you so much for the $10 super chat. I'm going to keep that up for quite a bit because it's very sexy, and I really appreciate it big time, man. All right, you guys, we're going to call these scammers back, okay? It's funny because the phone number that they kept calling me on is like their master phone number. So like I always get routed. I get like a priority routing. So let's go.
Hi.
Hello?
Hi, Mike. This is Christy calling with Travel Services. We're the main fulfillment center that does the booking and the fulfillment for over 240 resorts. And it shows in our system that you had never booked your 4 bonus vacations. So, how are you doing?
I think I'm doing pretty good. I think I'm just kind of rocking it.
Yeah. I think I just spent 30 minutes on the phone with you about 10 minutes ago.
You damn right, you scammer. Scam your own mom. Scam your own mother. That's crazy. Why do you scam so
Hello,
much?
Michael.
What's going on?
Sir, why are you continuously calling?
No, you guys called me first, and I'm calling you back because you guys spam me so often that it is so annoying. You guys spam me, and I'm just like...
It's funny, though, because it's... Do you not have anything to do with your spare time?
Oh, I mean... yeah, I do.
Clearly not. Clearly not.
I'm not scamming people. Hey, you can't mock me. You're scamming people, all right? You're scamming people. You can't mock me. You can mock me.
You feel better about yourself?
Oh, I feel so much better. Okay. Oh my God, I'm gonna put a butt plug. Effing dude, I hate. Oh, that felt so good though. That was awesome. Trying to scam me out of my credit card, dude. I'm not doing it. I could tell a scammer a mile away. No, I love calling these scammers back because it's just the funniest thing in the world. They're just so ridiculous. There's nothing better, man. I'm going to call them back to make sure and confirm they put me on the do not call list. Let's see.
Hello, is this Michael?
Did you guys put me on the do not call list? I just want to make sure that I'm officially on the do not call list.
The more you call in, the more you're going to get called. It puts you back in the system.
Oh, no. I'm just saying for the future.
If you call back in, it's going to put you back on the list. You just called back in. You're back on the list.
Wait, so me calling puts me on a list, even though you guys called me initially? That is dumb. Why don't you guys just put...
It put you on the do not call list, and you called in, it puts you on the list.
What kind of operation are you guys running? I was just confirming that you actually put me on the list, because I didn't believe you. Because I had told them a long time ago, put me on a do not call list several times, and I still got calls back.
Well, we can take you out of our system, but that's our system. We can't take you out of everyone else's system.
Yeah, you guys got an entire scammer network. That's awesome.
We're not scammers.
Oh, yeah?
Oh, yeah.
Well, I look up your phone number, your guys' phone number list.
It's a satellite system. It pings off the nearest satellite.
Uh-huh.
But that doesn't confirm that we're scammers.
Yeah. I mean, old people will fall for your bullshit, but I won't. Do you guys still accept Bitcoin?
You're calling for something. You're calling us.
Calling for entertainment purposes.
Okay, and you're going to keep getting called.
Aw. Lame. Okay, fine. Keep calling me, I guess. I don't want it, but... Yeah, no, they're scammers. They're scammers, dude. Yeah, no, these people are scammers, dude. They're scamming. Anyway, so the reason we called these scammers back is because I got inspired by the Quality Learing Center closing. And, we could ask them how they're feeling about the Quality Learing Center. There was another scammer that called me yesterday. But yeah, no, I'm tired of these scammers, and I confirmed that their number is straight up a scam. I'm hoping that they call me back. It's kind of the hope. I kind of want them to call me back because it's funny. Because every time they call me, it is entertainment for days. It is good show fodder, and it makes for a good show to have these scam people calling me, Corey says, yo, just got back from class, learned a lot today. Hell yeah, my man, dude. Get it. What a beast, dude. What a beast. It's a good man, Corey, right here. Shout out to Corey. I leered a lot today. Quality Learing Center, though, dude. It's officially closed. The Quality Learing Center has officially closed, everybody. Where will we go to get a quality leering education? I want to learn how to leer better. I still can't believe it, man. All of these places are so obviously fraudy that it's disgusting. And it makes me sad that these scams have been going on for so long. Yeah, and I think they could have arrested her at a later date, sure, because they would have had her license plate numbers regardless. So even if she were to get away, that's totally fine. And that's the thing. I still think it makes the whole ICE operation look bad when they shoot people, even though, by the way, she was using her car as a weapon, straight up. But at the same time, it's just you gotta... I don't know. I still think that they could use stun weapons. I think that a lot of these ICE agents should be using, non-lethal stun weaponry that's effective. Effective stun weaponry, by the way. They've made so many advancements in stun weapons over the years that... And I'm not talking about bear mace. I'm talking about, projectile stun weapons, that sort of thing. Whether it's taser guns, rubber bullet guns, you name it. Yeah, that was fun, man. So I got I have these scammers, like I said, that just call me. They love calling me, man. Give me 1 second, everybody. Sorry about that. Hey, how's the quality, though? The quality of the stream, not the Quality Learing Center. Honestly, if you look at the footage from the other angle, it's pretty stinking clear that the guy was still in front of the car. Granted, he was able to get out of the way. Granted, but I'm still not a fan of the usage of the gun. I still don't think the gun was necessary. But yeah, she was using her car as a weapon. She yeah. Well, here's the thing. In this instance, it's just she didn't have a gun, right? She didn't have a gun. So clearly you shouldn't shoot her even if she's, trying to run you over with her car. I think that the weapons need to match the weapons. If she had a gun and pulled it out, that's a different story. Then you pull out your gun, you try to defend yourself, right? In this instance, obviously, she was in the wrong for trying to run over. The footage is pretty damning on the other angle. But I still believe that the ICE officer could have took a different route in doing what he did. So, I don't know. That's the way I see it. Okay, so my buddy Corey sent me something interesting. No names given. For the Marine, he knows. So he knows a Marine. Sorry. Because this is somebody Corey served with. Here we go. So let's see. So it says right here on the quote, I lean on the right, but I'm not far right. That ICE agent could have taken a sidestep out of the way, and she could have been arrested later. And before everyone tells me to put myself in his shoes, when I was 19, I stood in front of my girlfriend's vehicle at the time and was hit twice at about that speed. Lethal force in this scenario further divided the nation as it leaves everyone picking sides. It's not a direct comparison, but almost like a post-Rodney King situation. If an agent is pointing a weapon at me, 100% I would step on the gas. But it happened. Sorry, I 100% wouldn't step on the gas. But it happened. That woman was a mother of 3 kids, and they already lost their father. Now everyone, including me, has an opinion. It will likely be ruled justified because the vehicle is considered a weapon here. But just because you can doesn't mean you should. That's my opinion, and know many of you will disagree, but I stand by it. That's a decent opinion. And that's just kind of the way I see it, man. It's the way I see it. I think both were in the wrong. I think the lady could have easily not tried to run the dude over. I think the dude could have avoided pulling the weapon. Clearly, like I said, if she had a gun, that's a different story. She didn't. She did use the car as a weapon, but at the same time, he dodged. He counted his blessings, and that's the way I see it. And yeah, that's crazy. And it sucks because you do want to try to avoid. The goal is to try to avoid loss of life if you can. If you can. And in that instance, it was. I think the loss of life was an avoidable thing. It could have been avoided. Yeah. Hey, thank you, Corey, for sharing that, man. I appreciate it. And that was what Corey's buddy said on that one. Yeah, and it's just that's the way I see it. I mean, like, sometimes you can't just go for the gun as much as you want to. As much as you want to. And I'm not anti-gun. I do think that they should have ways to defend themselves, but I am curious to see if there's additional footage of this situation. Now, I feel terrible that lady had to be shot. Obviously, it still could have been avoided if she would have just not been impeding traffic and doing all sorts of things. It's crazy. But really, the true topic at hand, though, that I still want to discuss, and I'm very curious about all your guys' opinions on this, is, and I'm excited here. I'm really excited. I think that the exposure of fraud in Minnesota has been a win-win situation. Because, first off, we're going to get Walz out of that office because he's incompetent, and he did allow a lot of fraud to happen under his watch. And he could deny it all he wants, but he allowed lots and lots of fraud. Straight up. I'm sorry, one of the angles did show that she was using the car as a weapon because the dude was still in front of the car and she was going with it. It's not lying. How is that lying? He jumped in front of it. Did he? I mean, look, I don't... If he did jump in front of it intentionally, he walked up to the vehicle and was going to the driver's side. Okay. I mean, the more and more it sounds like... Look, I still think a lot of this could have been avoided, if we're going to be honest, but the whole situation is wild to me. Give me a moment. One moment. One moment. Miso Turtle Soup says this is the best LGBTQ channel. Mom the Meatloaf. I get it. And trying to put thoughts into written words. Things get lost in translation. Miso Turtle Soup says Garza is the #1 gay streamer. I'll take that. Miso Turtle Soup says shirt 2 sizes too small and getting ultra processed food. You slay, queen. Thank you. I appreciate. God, Miso Turtle Soup, you're the man. We miss Brad. We need Brad Lacken back on the show. Bad shit crazy. What up, my brony? My brony brother. What's going on, man? Why would this administration be removed with bipartisan support? I don't understand that. Tell me why. No, tell me why, seriously. Why? Yeah, the violence does have to stop, though. I agree with that. Completely. Maddox Purcell, thank you so much for the 100, my brony brother. I appreciate it, man. Thank you very much. By the way, if you guys want to get seen and heard, super chats and gifts, baby. Super chats and gifts. What if it's wrong and you right along? Get this, I'll put you on my wish list. I drew a star right by your name. Yeah, I mean, the whole situation is wild. It's crazy, man. All right. I think we got it. Okay, I think I figured it out. How you boys doing? But I want to thank everybody for the $10 super chat. And the more gifts and super chats we get, it does help the channel grow in more ways than one. Helps my dong feel bigger than normal. Oh, yeah. Gold Beach and Brookings. It doesn't shock me if they're having any issues, man. That wouldn't shock me in the slightest, you know. Hell no. Hold on, you guys. I got to stir my my soup. I don't have eyebrows, bro. You know, I would be a smarter person, but they closed down the Quality Learing Center. I will not be that. I'm not going to be smart anymore without it. I needed the Quality Learing Center for a high-quality learing education. All right? I'm sick of all you guys, all you haters. I miss the Quality Learing Center. They helped me understand things. They helped me figure out my life. Okay. Yep. One moment. Yeah, so like nobody told me the Quality Learing Center closed down, dude. Yeah, Quality Learing Center, you were gone too soon, man. Gone too soon. I'm gonna start a poll. My boy Ty Lord's got a question. What up, dude? What's your question, my brony? Corey says, I wish you had a treat stream or similar website account where your viewers can buy or send you food. Maybe get one so I could feed you from time to time. I appreciate it, Corey. I appreciate it. Pretty much, I've got like I got many ways. I've got many pieces of income, but I do a really good job, surprisingly, on YouTube. So my YouTube channel is taken off in ways that I can't even describe. Don't worry, I'm doing just fine, just to let you know. I'm doing better than people would expect. Even when I have a lot of money, I'm still eating soup. I'm still eating canned food most of the time, just because this is who I am. I don't eat fancy. Like, I'm a very basic eater, and I just add cheese to shit. But yeah, I appreciate it, Corey. I didn't know Treat Stream was a thing. I'll have to sign up for Treat Stream. That would be awesome. Let's see. But Ty Lord, what's the question, bro? Ty Lord, what's your question, brother? ZR Builds, that's right, because ZR Builds, by the way, got everybody, like 70 people, a membership for the show. And I want to thank you again, ZR Builds. I don't know if I have the ability to buy. Probably got blocked. Let me see if I can view all. Hold on. Okay, so Ty Lord is asking why no more baby oil for the viewers' enjoyment. So it's not that I'm against the baby oil. I just haven't done it as much.
Laugh out loud.
That would be hilarious, dude. So Corey says we as viewers could randomly send you a couple of McChickens or tacos, brother. Do it. I've never heard of this before, but I'm very curious. That would be very funny. And I got to admit that would be hilarious if people just started sending me food. You know what I would do with most of the food that would be sent to me, by the way? I'd probably put it in the freezer and then reheat it. So if you guys sent me like a shit ton of McChickens from McDonald's, I'd probably just put that shit in the freezer, warm that shit up in the oven, and we're back in business. I don't know to microwave personally because I just don't. But ZR Builds, thank you for, by the way, thank you for gifting all those memberships and then also becoming a member. I appreciate it, bro. Thank you. Maddox Purcell, I appreciate it. But hey, give a shout out to ZR Builds for gifting 70 memberships the other day and becoming a member himself. We appreciate you, brother. We appreciate it big time, dog. Thank you. Incredible, man. Okay, so I need to treat streams is what it's called. Hold on. So I'm going to look up what Corey's talking about. I've never heard of this before. So it's called treat stream. There are certain things treat stream. Okay. Let me see what treat stream is. Treat stream. So treatstream.com, let your friends and supporters send you food delivery. All information is kept secure. That is hilarious. Really. Oh, that's so cool. Receive food delivery. Let your friends and supporters send you food delivery. All personal information. Okay, log in to get... This is funny, dude. Holy crap. I could get free food? Oh, my God. I mean, I'm not going to lie. The possibility of free food is... very tempting. I'm going to link... Hold on. Oh, wait a minute. Go back. Is it under Garza brand? Okay, it's under that one. Should be. Okay, so it just views the YouTube. Treat stream... What the hell? Didn't work? Okay, let me try Treat Stream again. Hold on. Treat Stream official site. That is just too fucking good, dude. Wow. Okay, this looks kind of cool, dude. I think I'm all in on this Treat Stream thing. Yeah. Right, Tylord says, "I'm not sending food. I'm pulling up with the food, brother. Give Garza a big chicken." That would honestly make the stream very entertaining if you think about it, because I never know when I'm going to get free food at my door. And by the way, I probably couldn't eat most of the food in one setting. I would have to probably freeze a lot of the food that you guys send me. Which would be hilarious. You know what else I would probably do? I would probably go out and take the food and give it to like homeless people or something. That's probably what I would end up doing, which would be super cool. Because I live in an area, where there's people who are struggling. So most likely I would leave the stream for a second, go out, try to find somebody and give them food. So that would be pretty much what I would do with it. But, don't get me wrong. Free food. I could freeze most of it and eat it later. So, because I don't eat a lot in one setting. But let's see. Treat stream already has some access. Okay, cool. Your delivery address and email. That's so crazy. And would I have to pay? I wouldn't have to pay for any of that. That's insane. That's so funny. Okay, so I just got to give them... Okay, so I got to give them my address. I'm in the USA. Okay, this is great, dude. 971. And yeah. Wait, these special instructions? Okay, so I'm setting up my delivery address. This is hilarious, dude. I feel like I'm going to regret this, because I know you guys are going to send me so much shit. All right, let's see. You know what's even crazier, I just realized, if you guys wanted to do reviews, like if you guys wanted me to do a food review, how did I give away the area? Miso Turtle Soup says, send him Ozempic, not food. That's so fucking funny. Okay, so I have... This is wild, man. Okay, so I link people to this. Okay, hold on. So edit checkout settings. So what I have to, this is kind of confusing. This is cool, but I'm a little confused by it. Hold on. I can add new treats. Like the treats that I want to add. Okay. Add new treats. Okay. I don't know, dude. I just want people to... Let's see. So... Okay. So I have... I think I have this right. Street selected. So I gotta edit. Okay, so I think we're on the right track here. All right, you guys want to see if this works? Let's. I'm so afraid. All right, here we go. Can't believe we're doing this. All right. I'm pinning it. Hold on. I'm pinning it to the top. Place pinned message. Okay. There we go. Treatstream.com. There we go. If you guys want to send me tasty treats, I hope I don't regret this. I have no idea how this works, by the way. And I don't know how... So I got to edit my treat page. I got to add new treats. All right, you guys, if you I have a feeling I'm going to regret this so much. I have a feeling I'm going to regret. So people are going to send me oh no. I feel like I'm going to be very concerned by this. This is going to be very, very concerning. I have Sam, dude. What up, dude? Havro sugar. Hey, I'll take sugar-free gummy bears. That sounds awesome, dude. So this is my treat page, and I don't know. I'm assuming people just choose the treats for me. Oh, thank you, Sam. I'm still trying to figure out how this shit works. I'm going to open this up in a different browser, though. Let me see here. Coinbase. So people, I guess, choose the treat. I don't know. I have to like choose my favorite treats. It's interesting. This is kind of cool. If you guys have any, by the way, if you guys have any trouble figuring out the treat stream thing, please let me know, because I got to admit, I was struggling to figure it out myself. But hey, if you guys send me an order, I mean, I'll be shocked, dude. I guess I'll just add the Chrome extension here. Okay, so let me add treats using this extension. You can only use what? I can only use Papa John's or Grubhub. That sucks. I can't use like DoorDash or anything? Huh. That's a waste of time. Well, thank you guys. I mean, if you guys were able to send me stuff, great. Yeah, here's the thing. It only allows me to choose between Papa John's and Grubhub. We actually don't have Grubhub in my area, and we don't have a Papa John's in my area. So it's kind of like it's a win-win. It's a lose-lose scenario there. That's okay, though. I mean, it's cool that I signed up for it, I guess. I don't know. It's pretty neat. But I like it when people send me super chats and shit. That definitely helps. So, appreciate it, though, you guys. I appreciate it. It's just funny because we don't have a Papa John's here. All right, I'm going to eat my food, though. I just think it'd be funny if you guys sent me random food, dude. That'd be sick. That'd be fun if people like send me like food to review or something like that. That'd be very neat. All right, eating some of this stuff. Oh, it's good. Oh, yeah. That's solid. I'm a pretty basic dude, man. Oh, man. No, it would be pretty dope, I got to admit, if there were more options on there. Yeah, I'm just sad that the Quality Learing Center is closed down. Thank you, Maddox. I appreciate the 100 for the jewels. You're a rock star, man. Have a good night, brother. You have a good night, Mr. Maddox. Yeah, like no joke. The only options on there were Grubhub, and we don't have Grubhub here. Now, if DoorDash was on there, that would work. That would have been sick. Cheers. Yeah, here's the thing, ZR Builds. I don't like to let people know how much money I'm making exactly. I try to keep that on the down low. I really do. I'm not, as much as I don't mind bragging, I've just found that it's best not to let people know how much money you're actually making for the most part. I think that's the smartest thing to do. Miso Turtle Soup says he's bricked up, balls down. Oh my god. Miso, what are you doing with what are you doing with yourself? I mean, it's the smartest thing I could think of. I wish, dude, Ryan, I wish I brought in $2,000 every frosting eyebrow stream. That would be amazing. And I may, by the way, super chats do roll in during those types of streams, so it's pretty fun. No, and I like doing those streams. They're pretty fun, man. I enjoy doing those streams. And I'm starting to think about getting back into them. You know, because they could be entertaining. They really can. But, you know, honestly, the show has grown so much without the need to do that, which is shocking. But yeah, I just got to keep rolling and keep having fun with the show. I mean, that's really what it boils down to at the end of the day. Okay, guys, I think I figured it out, man. Did I see my shadow yet? Tired of this cold. Yeah, the weather's gotten a little cold, I'll admit that. I'm loving it, man. Give me one more moment, folks. Gotta eat more of this stuff. Oh, Ryan, where are you at? 70 degrees where you're at? Are you in Florida? He's probably in like Southern Florida or Southern California, man. Got that nice weather all year round. Yeah. Oh, damn, they're calling for huge snowstorms, really? Holy smokes, brother. Oh man, I've had this refrigerator for like years. This refrigerator's been amazing, man. It's kept everything good. This refrigerator's the tits. Great refrigerator, man. Go on. Ryan, you have a refrigerator from the 50s? Are you kidding me? That's crazy. You must have made like a series of repairs to it or something. That's wild, man. Get it, brother. Miso, dude, I'm always eating. It's funny. When I'm doing this stream, I eat, but outside of the stream though, I'm not really eating much, man. I don't eat much, bro. Snacks is life. Hell yeah, dude. Hey, I do need my snackies from time to time. I'm so sad that the Quality Learing Center is closed, though. When I saw the article earlier, I was like, dude, come on, man. That's crazy, man. Honestly, if you have a refrigerator from I think things were just built to last back in the day, right? Everything that's built nowadays, it feels like it's only built to last for so long until it totally breaks down. I just feel like the survival rate of a lot of different products these days, it's like, for instance, I will admit some devices have lasted me a while. My Google Pixel 5, I keep it as a backup phone, but it's a very reliable phone. I keep it as a very, very high quality backup phone. It's one of my favorite phones, actually. So Pixel 5 is a great backup phone. It's called planned obsolescence. Yeah, it's supposed to break down over a certain amount of time. I mean, you could take care of a lot of your products and they could still last a little longer than expected. But I will give Google props. The Pixel 8 Pro is a very durable phone. For example, the laptop I got over here, this Dell laptop that I got from one of the IT guys for the Coos Bay Public Schools, my boy Riley. He gave me this laptop for free. He just didn't want it anymore. I think it's because the battery's pretty much effed on it, but I don't mind having it as a backup computer. All you have to do is just keep it plugged in, and it works perfectly. But yeah, it's a solid device. Oh, you still have your original Nokia? Yeah, the original network for those old ass phones. It's those networks are so obsolete that they just don't exist anymore. It sucks, dude. James Brown says, "Shit, bro. You're in Grants Pass. You serious, bro? Are you seriously in Grants Pass, James Brown? That's fucking sick, dude." Frog Eat Frog says, "You effed it." That's so funny, man. Oh, snap. JD Vance. Vance in my pants is addressing the situation. We're interrupted for breaking news. Breaking news. JD Vance in my pants. I love JD Vance, by the way. We're going to listen to JD Vance's explanation of what happened. We'll watch it at 1.25x speed. All right, let me let's get rid of treat stream here.
In our immigration system, thanks to failed politicians and thanks to people who allowed the American taxpayer to be taken advantage of for far too long. I think it's important to understand why this matters to the American people. I am a father of 3 young kids, a lot of people in my generation. What is that going on there? Is that normal? Okay. CNN installed this broken camera just to throw me off my game, but it's not going to work.
Yeah.
Freaking JD Vance, man, that guy's funny. I am curious to see what Vance says. I actually have zero clue what Vance is going to say. Nextel was fun for a minute. Had my Motorola for a while. Yeah, Nextel networks were incredible. My buddy Nathan, if I remember correctly, I think my buddy Nathan was a big fan of the Nextel networks. Well, is a fan of the Nextel. I mean, the Nextel networks don't exist anymore. Miso turtle soup.
Get yourself a MC chicken.
Get myself a McChicken, dude. Hold on, I want to read this. I want to play this super chat from earlier.
Laugh out loud.
Border Patrol shot 2 people in Portland, Oregon today. They did not alert emergency services, left the scene, and the victims were left to drive themselves to the hospital.
That is wild, man. Let me play also. Thank you, Yib Still, for the super chat earlier. I appreciate that, my brony brother. And we're gonna also play one more time Miso Turtle Soups super chat for $1.99.
Laugh out loud.
Get yourself a MC chicken.
A McChicken, yep. Thank you so much for the super chat. I'm gonna keep that up on the board for a little bit.
So here's the simple fact here. If you're a young parent struggling to afford childcare,
what is this
in the United
sound?
States
Oh
of
my
America,
God.
there are
Yeah, I don't know what that sound is. What the F is that sound? I was about ready to say it's like a holy smokes, man.
programs that we have to make it easier for your kids to get in
it's
daycare,
over.
for your
Thank
kids to
God.
get in preschool. Those programs should go to American citizens, not be defrauded by Somali immigrants and others. Make
Obviously.
it hard for you to get the access
course.
to the resources you need. But number two, making it easier for people who shouldn't even be in this country to fleece the United States and our taxpayers to begin with. We have
Absolutely. Here's the thing, man. What JD's talking about is the fact that the American taxpayer is getting taken advantage of by people who should not be here. Straight up. And it's not wrong to say this. People want to convince you that it's wrong to say this, it's not politically correct, blah, blah, blah. I don't care. We're tired of people coming into our country and just using every single freaking resource and then not contributing shit back. That pisses me off. The only reason most people come here from other countries is because they hear that they can get free shit from us. That's pretty much the primary reason people come here. It's insane. So, Tish says he knows that Waltz is trying to take the heat off of himself, investing his billions of dollars in taxpayer fraud. They want to silence us from speaking the truth. Absolutely, Tish. Yeah. It's amazing. Hold on, let me get a little more coffee here. Cheers. Miso Turtle Soup says, in all honesty, it's my parents' house, so I tend to... Hey, by the way, Miso, I want to thank you for the super chat, for allowing me to get a Free McChicken. I appreciate it, my brony brother.
Actually activated a major interagency task force to make it possible to get to the heart of this fraud. We have Department of Agriculture resources that are focused on SNAP fraud, so that people who need food benefits can get them, but illegal aliens and other fraudsters don't. We have over 1,500 subpoenas that the Department of Justice has issued to get to the heart of the fraud ring. We've done almost 100 indictments, mostly Somali immigrants, but also a few others. And of course, we're looking in with broad investigatory authority to a number of the instances of wrongdoing that we've seen in Minneapolis. But we also want to expand this. We know that the fraud isn't just happening in Minneapolis, it's also happening in states like Ohio. It's happening in states like California. And so what we're doing in order to help coordinate this remarkable interagency effort from the Trump administration, but also to make sure that we prosecute the bad guys and do it as swiftly and efficiently as possible, is we are creating a new Assistant Attorney General position who will have nationwide jurisdiction over the issue of fraud. Now, of course, that person's efforts will start and focus primarily in Minnesota, but it is going to be a nationwide effort because, unfortunately, the American people have been defrauded in a very nationwide way. I want to think.
Absolutely, frog eat frog. Who hasn't? Dude, everybody's effed a couch. Come on, man. JD's the man, dude. JD is a pure American success story. I love JD Vance, dude. I'd rather have Vance in my pants than walls on my balls. That's all I gotta say. Vance in my pants, no walls on my balls. Let's go. Let's go. To the window, to Tim Walls, till sweat drop down my walls. All these Tim Walls crawl. Tim Walls.
A couple of people for their cooperation, in particular Pam Bondi, our Attorney General. First of all,
I think obviously they should do this with the fraud. I mean, it's not even a question. I mean, they need to go after this as much as possible. They should probably have multiple positions, multiple departments, an entire area inside of the federal government to just look after fraud. I mean, this is the reason why they had Doge. This is why I supported Doge, is because this was going on at a mass scale. Anybody, as I said, that's around any illegal alien and low-income communities knows that fraud like this is totally widespread.
A lot of resources to Minneapolis to start to investigate and prosecute this fraud, really at an industrial scale. We've never seen fraud like this in the history of our country. Pam has been doing a great job to get the resources there to uncover it, but importantly, creating a job.
How did Doge work out? It didn't work out very well. That's why they need to go after it even more. I mean, like, in my opinion, I think also Doge did save a good amount of money. It definitely did. So it's not like Doge was useless, but at the same time, you're right that Doge, I think, didn't deliver the results that a lot of people were expecting it to. Now, why did that happen? It's hard to say why, but overall, I would say that, yeah, for sure, I think people expected a lot more. It was restricted. Yeah, it was. And I think that now there's much more of a demand.
Oh, yeah. Asman's right. There's going to be a huge demand for Department of Government Efficiency after the exposure, after Nick Shirley exposed the levels of fraud that were being committed in Minnesota. Now, by the way, if Minnesota, if you want to waste your own taxpayers' money, you go right ahead. Go right ahead. Then you'll have to deal with the Minnesota taxpayer. If you guys are going to commit fraud, don't do it with federal dollars. Okay? I don't think you should commit fraud at all, to be honest. But I don't want to have to pay in Oregon. When I'm paying federal tax, I'm paying for other states' problems, unfortunately. I'm paying for the fraud that's in Minnesota. Probably paying for whatever fraud's going on in California. I'm sure there's plenty of it. It's just crazy, man. Let's keep going.
And for going after fraud like this?
This often takes months, sometimes even longer. When we realized that we needed this Associate Attorney General position, Pam got this person up and running in about a week. We're going to make the nomination hopefully in the next few days. We'll obviously let you guys know who that is when we do it. I've talked to Senate Majority Leader John Thune, who has promised me swift confirmation for this official. But this is the person who is going to make sure that we stop defrauding the American people.
Thank God.
Here's one final thing I'll say about this. I've heard a lot of people say that we need a special counsel to investigate fraud in the United States of America. I actually agree, and that's what...
Yeah, that's exactly why you had Doge. Like, that was the entire reason, is that this problem was so big.
Position does. It has all the benefits, all the...
But everybody thought Doge was crazy. Not everybody, but there were too many leftists who were trying to stop Doge from existing. And the reason they wanted Doge not to exist is because, well, the Democrats knew that they were committing some fraud. And they didn't want Doge to exist. Department of Government Efficiency is a great idea. And I love it, man. It didn't even take Nick Shirley that long to uncover this. And what Nick did, man, is so fucking amazing. I love it. Is Michael Saylor the epitome of perfection? Give me one moment. I think so. Can we all agree that Can we all agree that Michael Saylor is the GOAT? He may be turning Bitcoin into a cult, and unfortunately it has been a cult. But he's kind of becoming like the cult leader. It's like, how L. Ron Hubbard created Scientology. Well, I feel like the way that Michael Saylor is going about Bitcoin, I feel like he's turning Bitcoin into a Scientology-esque religion, and I would not be surprised if Michael Saylor created the Church of Bitcoin, which unfortunately should never happen because Bitcoin sucks. All cryptocurrencies suck ass. Suck ass. Is Michael Saylor the epitome of perfection? I think so. Michael Saylor's so hot. Can we all agree that Michael Saylor is the GOAT? It's taking a second to publish, you guys. He may be turning Bitcoin into a cult, and unfortunately it has been a cult. But he's kind of becoming like the cult leader. It's like, how L. Ron Hubbard created Scientology. Well, I feel like the way that Michael Saylor is going about Bitcoin, I feel like he's turning Bitcoin into a Scientology-esque religion, and I would not be surprised if Michael Saylor created... Okay, let's get back to it.
Resources, all the authority of a special counsel, but with two crucial differences. Number one, it will be run out of the White House under the supervision of me and the President of the United States. And number two...
That's actually pretty cool. Hell yeah. Vice President and President overseeing this committee. I love it. Yeah, I goon to my own videos. Absolutely. I mean, I'd be an idiot not to goon to my sexy face. Obviously.
It's actually constitutionally legitimate. As you guys may know, the special counsel statute has some major constitutional questions. When we get the bad guys, we want to make sure we get them permanently and they don't have some legal technicality they can get out of, which is why we set it up as an associate attorney general. I'll take some questions, but I want to make just one final observation here. When I was actually walking out here, somebody sent me a photo of a CNN headline about what happened in Minneapolis.
I really got to say, JD
Vance. So CNN sent him a headline, or somebody sent him a CNN headline. This is crazy, and it's good that they're bringing back a fraud detection unit in the White House to some degree, because there's always going to be groups of people who will scam the government. It happens. It just happens. So it's crazy. Let's keep going.
Vance has been cooking, man. Like, I mean, the demeanor, the delivery, everything about this. Like, I mean, Trump really, like, I mean, he got in RFK, and does RFK really talk a lot? No, he just goes out there and outlaws food dyes, and that's it. And then he's got Marco Rubio that's running half the world now, and you got JD Vance. I mean, he's got Pete Hegseth that just goes.
Trump's a guy that's got charisma, dude. He's got BDE. Trump has big dick energy. Trump has BDE, dude. It's why all these dudes, JD Vance, RFK, all these dudes, they believe in Trump. I'll tell you what. I can't say I blame him. Trump's got the charisma, man. But let's take a look at what JD's trying to say.
Fuck around and found out. Welcome to 2026. You know, like, really, I mean, he brought in some big dicks, man. I'm glad to see this. Yeah, this is great.
And this is the headline. I'm just going to read it. Outrage after ICE officer kills U.S. citizen in Minneapolis. Well, that's one way to put it, and that is the way that many people in the corporate media have put this attack over the last 24 hours. And I
feel like the mainstream media, look, if obviously the mainstream media doesn't like Trump, obviously the mainstream media doesn't even like Republicans, and that's a problem. My main issue with the mainstream media is their apparent bias and slander. I feel like that's all they're good for these days is slandering. That's why I'm not a fan of the mainstream media, and I refuse to I refuse to watch CNN. I don't even like watching Fox News. I don't watch MSDNC. I think it's news. I think news is stupid, to be honest. I really do. I do think that the news is ridiculous. Oh, Froggy Frog, you got to go to work, man. All right, you get to it, brother. Get to it, brother.
They attacked
they sure have.
very, very intentionally, because this was an attack on federal law enforcement. This was an attack on law and order. This was an attack on the American people. The way that the media...
It's an attack on democracy. People voted to have these ICE removals. They voted.
It's not an attack on democracy. I just want to make that clear. On the federal level, we're not a democracy. We're a constitutional representative republic. I want that to be very clear. I'm so sick and tired of people saying that we're a democracy on the federal level. Stop it. It's inaccurate, because guess what? When decisions need to be made at the federal level, there's no vote for everybody in the U.S. to vote on it, to vote on the actions, right? The representatives are voted in through a democratic process, yes, but decision-making at the federal level is made by representatives of the people. So in a sense, it's a representative republic. So I hate it when people call what we have a democracy, because it's not. We're a representative republic. I don't consider a republic a democracy. It's not. It's shit. They're not even the same they're not the same concept. You kidding me? Come on, man. You know I'm right.
Voted for this. It won. It won.
If we were a democracy at the federal level, just to let you know, if we were a democracy at the federal level, why are the laws that are being passed, why are they not put to a vote for all the American people to decide? Because democracies don't work. Representative republics make sense. You're wrong, because a republic is still not a democracy. It's a form of government, yes, but it is not a democracy. At least it's not in the sense that you make it out to be. By the way, most decisions are not purely made in majority rule. You have to have a massive majority for anything to pass, by the way.
This is like one of the main things they voted for was to get rid of the fucking illegals. Like, they're attacking democracy. This is what they wanted.
Yeah.
And here's the thing. The reason that it's set up the way it's set up is so that way places like California don't determine our federal laws. It helps a lot. Trust me, you don't want places like California to determine how the U.S. is run because they've run their own state into the ground. Let's keep going.
By and large, has reported this story has been an absolute disgrace, and it puts our law enforcement officers at risk every single day.
Oh my God. Yes, I want to hear a lot
I'm pretty much jizzing in my pants right now too, Asmund. Don't worry.
more of this, but I don't want to. The thing is that I like JD a lot. I think JD Vance is great, but at the same time, what makes me mad is that, bro, you're the vice president. Can't we do a little bit more than talk, right? Can't we do just a little bit more?
That headline leaves out is the fact that that very ICE officer nearly had his life ended, dragged by a car 6 months ago, 33 stitches in his leg. So you think maybe he's a little bit sensitive about somebody ramming him with an automobile? What that?
No. Oh, fuck, not again. Shit.
That guy had 6 months ago. No way. So the dude who got hit by the current vehicle, by the lady who was driving the vehicle trying to run him over, he had been hit by a vehicle 6 months ago and had to get 33 stitches in him. That's crazy. Holy crap.
Think about it. Really think. Fuck.
That headline leaves out is that that woman was there to interfere with a legitimate law enforcement operation in the United States of America. What that?
Yeah. And that makes sense because a lot of these Karens hate ICE and they think that they're doing the right thing, but these are still federal agents, by the way. These are still federal agents. I'm not a fan of their tactics by any stretch of the imagination. I'm not a fan, but they're still federal agents. Just comply. Don't try to interfere with an investigation either.
Headline leaves out is that that woman is part of a broader left-wing network to attack, to dox.
Doesn't this bitch have a job? Like, really? Like, I mean, how is it that all these hoes just have all this time to run around and cause trouble? I mean, like, don't you think they have something better to do? Like, what the fuck? Really?
A lot of these Karens don't. They're usually stay-at-home moms or they're living off government assistance, and they just decide that they want to morally grandstand and say that they have the moral high ground.
Like, damn, like, you ain't got something that was her job? She getting paid? I gotta figure that out.
To assault and to make it impossible for our ICE officers to do their job. If the media wants to tell the truth, they ought to tell the truth that a group of left-wing radicals have been working tirelessly, sometimes using domestic terror techniques to try to make it impossible.
I mean, organizing and conspiring to disrupt and, you know, like, basically damage and stop federal investigations is against the law, bro. Like, why aren't you going out and arresting them? If you know they're in these group chats and you know they're doing this, why aren't they getting arrested? That's what's crazy.
The President of the United States to do what the American people elected him to do, which is enforce our immigration laws. The President stands with ICE, I stand with ICE, we stand with all of our law enforcement officers. And part of that is recognizing that you people in the media, not everybody in this room, but many people in this room have been lying about this attack. She was trying to ram this guy with her car. He shot back. He defended himself. He's already been seriously wounded in law enforcement operations before, and everybody who's been repeating the lie.
Yeah, this is the guy right here. Take a look at this. This is the same guy. The ICE agent involved in yesterday's Minneapolis shooting was previously dragged over 300 feet by this illegal alien child rapist from Guatemala.
Damn, dude.
By Minnesota.
That's wild, really? Holy crap. Give me just a few seconds, boys.
Fraud governor Tim Walz under his unlawful sanctuary state laws. What the fuck is going on?
According to a federal complaint, agents were executing a warrant for 39-year-old Roberto Carlos Munoz. They say Munoz entered the country unlawfully, and he also pled guilty to fourth-degree criminal sexual conduct back in 20.
Jeez, come on, man. That's wild. So wild.
23
Fourth degree.
for abusing a minor.
Oh, wow. Well, we got to keep him, right?
Tuesday morning, agents pulled him over. Court documents say he repeatedly refused to comply.
I would have
before a
never
federal
guessed.
Agent took out his spring-loaded window punch with his right hand and broke the driver's side rear window.
Yeah, sure.
These images show the officer's hand in the vehicle. In this video, you can see the driver take off with the agent hanging from the car, dragging him 300 feet through.
That's kind of fucking impressive, honestly. It is. That's like out of a movie.
Front yards. These graphic images show the aftermath.
Damn,
a bloody
dude.
agent who needed 33 stitches for his
Holy
significant
this is
crime.
the same
And
guy.
now a political battle with a top Homeland Security official criticizing Governor Tim Walz, posting on X, instead of comparing ICE law enforcement to the Gestapo.
Yeah, and here's the thing. I mean, guys like Tim Walz, in a lot of ways, guys like Tim Walz are putting a lot of these people in, a lot of these ICE agents in harm's way, because he's basically telling them that you guys should retaliate. The citizens, he's basically saying that. And I don't know. It just feels kind of crazy. Miso Turtle Soup sent a makeup brush for 6 jewels. Thank you, Miso Turtle Soup. You're so sexy. You're so very sexy. Thank you, Miso Turtle Soup. I appreciate you, Brony. You are my brony. All right.
Walz should be thanking our brave law enforcement.
It's
The
insane.
Department of Justice says a request for Munoz to be held after that 2022 arrest was, quote, not honored by local authorities, and Munoz was released.
There you go. So this is the guy. This is the guy yesterday that shot that woman.
That this is some innocent.
Crazy, man. Miso Turtle Soup, thank you for the GG. Appreciate it, my brony brother. Hells to the yeah. Thank you, bro. Just remember, you guys, super chats get read first. I appreciate super chats, and we appreciate gifts, but super chats do get read first. Overall. Tap subscribe and be very, very sexy. Let's go.
Woman who was out for a drive in Minneapolis when a law enforcement officer shot at her. You should be ashamed of yourselves.
Yep.
Every single one of you. Questions?
Thank you, Mr. Vice President.
Questions.
I wanted to read a quote from Tim Walz earlier today. He said, when things looked bleak, it was Minnesota's first that held the line for the nation on July 3rd, 1863. And I think we made
1863? They want JD Vance to comment on.
We're going way back. We're going way back on this. Holy crap, man. We're going super far back. Let's go, dude. Yib still says, nice try, Piggy. You already got your tip for the day. Hell yeah. Let's go. Miso Turtle Soup sent a thumbs up for 10 jewels. Thank you, my brony brother, dude. Miso Turtle Soup, you're my brony. I love you. You're so sexy. You're the man. I'm going to keep that up for a while. Make sure you guys subscribe to @Miso Turtle Soup. Hell yeah. Little Terabyte remembers 1863. They're going far back on this one.
Tim Walz weaponized.
Can we just appreciate the sexiness, though, JD Vance, though? Look at that. That's what a real man looks like. That's what a real man looks like.
The Civil War.
maybe in that moment now. Can you comment on his rhetoric and Mayor Jacob Frey
Exactly.
and whether they
It's
want
so
to see
ridiculous.
unrest in Minneapolis?
Well, that's very tough rhetoric from a guy who just quit because his fraudulent activities have been uncovered. Look, Tim
All right. Yeah, true.
That's amazing. That's a good comeback. It's like, oh, it's rich because, yeah, Tim Walz, who is a total POS, decided to drop out of his re-election bid because he knew he got fucking called out for his fraudulent behavior. Yeah, go JD, dude. Stick up for yourself, dude. Bite back. If these pussy-ass reporters are going to bite back harder.
Walz is a joke. His entire administration, his fraudulent activities have been uncovered. Look, Tim Walz is a joke. His entire...
Thank you, JD Vance, for saying it, because we're all saying it at this point. We all know that Tim Walz, his entire administration, he's a terrible, terrible person. He is a joke. So, JD Vance, you're the man. I love you, bro. Mwah. Give daddy a kiss. I mean, you know, JD Vance's daddy, you know. JD Vance is... I wish JD Vance would give me a kiss. Anyway, no, I love JD, though. He's the man. Let's keep going, dude. Let's keep going. Yeah, I'm glad JD Vance is calling out this BS, though. Absolutely calling out the BS, bro. Absolutely, dude. JD Vance, I wish you would kiss me, bro. Yeah.
Man. Yep. There it is. I love to see it.
Our administration has been a joke. The idea that he's some sort of freedom fighter, he's not. He's a guy who has enabled fraud and maybe, in fact, has participated in fraud. That's what this new Assistant Attorney General position is going to find out.
I gotta figure this out.
I don't care what Tim Walz says. I care about getting to the bottom of this fraud for the American people, and I care about enforcing the nation's immigration laws. That's what we're going to stay focused on.
Dude, big time, big time.
I mean, Democrats have accused ICE of murder. They've said they're targeting Americans. They've told ICE to get the F out of Minnesota. This is going to stoke the fire against ICE agents, and you're talking about ICE agents right now and being concerned about them. What, if anything, is the administration going to do to make sure these folks are protected during these protests? But also, what
I think what they should do is they should go in, they should bring in, nationalize the National Guard of Minnesota, invoke the Insurrection Act, arrest fucking the Jacob Frey and Tim Walz.
I mean, in a lot of ways, Tim Walz is going up against ICE, which is a federal agency. So in a lot of ways, I mean, you could technically throw the book at him and say that and use the Insurrection Act against Tim Walz because he's trying to technically do an insurrection against the federal government. So, I mean, there is grounds. I'm not a legal expert, but there does appear to be grounds for using the Insurrection Act against Tim. I don't know. I could be wrong on that. It's just my opinion. I'm probably wrong.
Put them in jail and then just put the entire fucking place on martial law and then get rid of every single fucking illegal in there. That's what they should do. And focus on Minnesota. Because there's other states that are bad, but just put all of your force on just Minnesota and just crush them absolutely. Because it's very clear that if you do that and it works, then all the other states are going to be like, oh, okay, all right, well, okay, never mind. Maybe let's be a little bit more reasonable. Yeah, they'll fall in line, exactly. But you have to go after one of them with the full force. You set an example. And that's why it'll never happen. I don't think it'll happen either. I don't. But that's what I think they should do. You could bring it in. You could bring it outside military. Yeah, I think they should bring in the military. They should do everything. Do everything that you possibly can as an absolute show of force to let them know, no, you're not going to be able to resist this. You're not going to be able to protest this. This is going to happen to you whether you like it or not.
Damn, that's hard.
DHS
it's making me hard.
Their procedures here. I mean, nobody wants to see an American killed. Are there changes that need to be made to make sure something like this doesn't happen again?
Look, first of all, of course, nobody wants an American citizen to be killed. This is absolutely a tragedy. But
yeah, dude, when I saw that video, my heart was broken because I really still think that the ICE agent did not have to get the gun out of the holster. The lady obviously was trying to run him over. It's pretty clear based on the other angle. He dodged. He got out of the way. He didn't need to shoot her. I still think he didn't need to shoot her. I think that was the wrong move. She didn't need to try to run him over, though. Both were in the wrong. Both, in my opinion, were in the wrong. He didn't need to shoot her 3 times. I felt like that was a little excessive. Way extreme. But, you know, based on the camera angle, man, I mean, it was pretty darn clear. It was pretty damning that she was trying to run the ICE agent over. I mean, it's pretty obvious. And if you don't see it, I'm sorry. It's not on me. It's on you. Her trying to run him over with the car is pretty messed up. Now, I am not justifying the shooting of her. If anything, I think it's sad and I think it's wrong. But she was impeding with an investigation, though. That's what the official record shows. And it doesn't shock me. No, but she was definitely trying to run the dude over. It's pretty messed up, man. Yeah, the whole situation's messed. It's effed. Give me a few seconds, though. Hold on. No, and I think so far, I don't know. It's tough, man. The whole situation's tough. There's so many variables. But yeah, I don't think she needed to be shot. No. I'm not a fan of that. She didn't need to try to run him over either. I think both parties in this instance were completely in the wrong.
It's a tragedy of
because
the
she did it.
of the far left.
Yeah, she did
They've
it.
radicalized a very small segment of the population, taught them.
Yeah, and Tim Walz has basically been trying to tell the people that ICE is your enemy. Yeah, if Tim Walz keeps telling his own citizens that ICE is your enemy, they're going to start acting like ICE is the enemy, and they're going to start trying to hurt ICE agents. I mean, don't you see the dilemma here? Like, I'm not a fan of ICE. Granted, I'm not a fan of ICE, but just if people actually stop impeding these investigations, better results will happen. I don't know. That's the way I see it, man. That's the way I see it. All right, let's keep watching.
That ICE agents are engaging in wide-scale violations of
kidnapping,
people's rights.
yeah.
What our ICE officers are doing is deporting the millions of criminal aliens that were let in during the Biden administration. So number one, we have to say, as a matter of leadership, and I would appreciate if the Democrats would join me on this, let's be honest about the fact that we have way too many illegal aliens in this country. Our ICE officers should be supported in doing their job. You're trying to actually marshal the far left lunatic fringe to engage in doxing, to try to make it impossible for them to...
Exactly. And guys like Tim Walz have not made it easy. One of the reasons why ICE agents wear masks is because leftists have been doxing them and threatening their families, so they have to protect their identity. Granted, is it... I don't know. I get why they cover their faces. But, I mean, these ICE agents are technically federal agents. So, impeding a federal investigation of any kind is wrong. Now, are these guys kind of power hungry? Sure. And are they probably abusing their power? That's a possibility. It's crazy. Let's keep going.
enforce the law, and in some cases actually to engage in acts of domestic terrorism against our law enforcement officers. When you talk about different plans, different protocols, different policies, I forget exactly how you asked the question. Here's the simple fact. What we're going to do is make it easier for the American People's Administration to enforce the American People's law. And that means that Democrats have to stop rallying the mob.
Yeah, she was basically taking up roadway. She was intentionally blocking the traffic based on the video. I mean, the whole report is right there, and the video's there. So, unless the report somehow changes, I mean, JD Vance laid it out pretty clearly. And I don't know.
Against legitimate law enforcement operations.
Well, you've got to go after the ralliers. That's the problem, is he has to go after the ralliers. Because if you don't go after the ralliers, then it's just going to keep happening. Because they're going to rally somebody else. They're going to get somebody else. You have to cut it off at the source. Until you do that, this is just going to keep happening.
That means that we are going to get tougher, and that's what this AAG position is about. We're going to get tougher at the people who are defrauding the United States by inciting violence against our law enforcement officers. That's one of the things that we're going to do. We've already started that work at the Department of Justice, but we're going to keep on doing it, and this new AAG position is going to kick that into high gear.
Vice President Vance, you just suggested that this woman who was killed, Renee Good, is part of a broader left-wing network.
Yes.
Who do you think is behind?
Yeah, absolutely. A lot of these people, a lot of these woke people think that they're doing the right thing by stopping ICE and impeding their investigations. And you see these woke people all the time. And like, rest in peace. Seriously, rest in peace. I still wish the ICE agent didn't go for the gun. I think it was a stupid move that resulted in a loss of a life. It is hard to justify the shooting part of it. It's very tough to justify that. But I do not believe she deserved that. It's a terrible fate. Granted, she was trying to run the dude over, but the dude could have kept his cool and not been so trigger happy. The dude got trigger happy, let's face it. Yeah, and she was, Archer, by the way, she was stopped in the middle of the convoy. Absolutely. She was purposely impeding traffic. Yeah, and then also the reports say that she was following ICE agents. Yeah, she was trying to deter. She was trying to deter an investigation, right? Tim Smith also says she hit the gas with an ICE agent directly in front of her after refusing to get out of the car. That same ICE agent has been run over. And yeah, here's the thing. I'm not a fan of this. I'm not a fan of what I saw. I'm not a fan of what she did. I'm not a fan of what the ICE agent did. I'm not taking any sides on this one. I'm not saying... I think both were in the wrong. Ultimately, sadly, she had to lose her life. And I wish it didn't come to that. You know, that's the worst part about this. Kemoy Chapman sent floating hearts for 10 joules. I appreciate it, my man. Times 2, times 3, times 4. 5 floating hearts. I love you, Kemoy. I'm going to give you a floating heart, too. My boy, Kemoy, will give you hearts back, brother. Appreciate you, man. Thank you so much, Kemoy. Yeah, I don't think the agent should have had a gun at that point. Oh, man. So Tim Smith is saying that the woman's lesbian wife said that she takes the blame for telling her to go to the protest. That's what Tim Smith is saying on there. No, absolutely. It was in TJ. I will say this. if she would have complied, if she would have got out of the car, if she didn't try to run over the dude, if she didn't try to impede traffic and impede the investigation, absolutely she'd still be alive. I still wish the officer didn't shoot her, though, you know. And I get that part of it, but you can't just, look, history aside about what that dude had to deal with, I still think pulling out your gun and shooting, at that point, he was able to dodge. He almost did get run over, though. Like, that was legit. She was in the wrong for doing what she did. But he didn't have to go for the gun in that situation. They could have arrested her later. I'm just saying ICE is already on thin ice with the American public, and it just makes the organization have to deal with that much more controversy, is the problem. But no, it doesn't surprise me because there is a left-wing network of people who are trying to encourage impeding ICE's efforts. There is an actual... It's a thing, unfortunately. I wish it wasn't. But whether people like to admit it or not, these are still federal agents. And if you're impeding with federal investigations, I mean, they have the right to use force against them, but they shouldn't. I still think they shouldn't use that sort of force. Look, and yeah, a car is deadly. And if you try to run over somebody, I think that's pretty messed up. I really do. I think what she did is messed up. I think what he did is messed up. I don't think anybody ended up in the right. I think more people lost than won. Yeah, and she knew she was impeding by the looks of it, by a lot of the information that I've been uncovering. I still can't fully get on board with it, though, man.
Behind this broader left-wing network?
Well, it's one of the things we're going to have to figure out, but here's the way that I put it. When somebody throws a brick at an ICE agent, or somebody tries to run over an ICE agent,
laugh out loud.
Who paid for the brick?
Who paid for the brick? I love it. Oh, thank you, Daniel, for the subscription. Thank you for subscribing to the channel, Brony brother. I appreciate you, man.
And who told protesters to show up and engage in violent activity against our law enforcement officers? You see, just with this most recent terrible incident in Minneapolis, you see friends of this woman's or other people who are eyewitnesses saying basically that she was there to engage in obstruction of a legitimate law enforcement operation.
Of course she was, obviously.
How did she learn about this?
Duh.
There's an entire network, and frankly, some of the media are participating in it, that is trying to incite violence against our law enforcement officers. It's ridiculous.
That is making me wonder, man, who is responsible for all these groups who are giving insider information to these people about knowing where the ICE activity is. It's interesting. Oh, yeah. No, he got hit by the car. It was pretty obvious. He was lucky he was able to get away. He was able to sidestep the way he did. No, I looked at the other angle, and it was pretty obvious he got hit by that car. JD for president, man. I'm all on board with JD Vance. I love JD. I think he's an incredible human being. He's got my vote for 2028. Absolutely.
Ridiculous.
It's not ridiculous. It's illegal, and they should get arrested. Why not just arrest them?
Preposterous, and part of our investigatory work is getting to the bottom of it. Who's funding it? Who's supporting it? Who's cheerleading it? And of course, if there's illegal activity related to that, we're going to get to the bottom of that and prosecute it where we can.
Vice President, thank you for taking questions today. Is there a risk with you describing her as a deranged leftist, talking about very specific facts of these events, when an investigation is just beginning?
Shut up, Karen. Shut the fuck up.
I love Asmund's reactions to these, man. Asmund Gould's the man. That's all I gotta say.
Don't drive your car at a federal officer. Case closed.
That's
What
true.
Are you fucking retarded? Shut up. Like, it's just so delusional and stupid. It's almost funny.
You preempting a thorough investigation by drawing such conclusions? And have you received any information beyond the videos we've seen publicly about this individual, her specific acts, that has informed your point of view?
Well, first of all, the Department of Justice is going to investigate this. The Department of Homeland Security is already investigating this. But the simple fact is, what you see is what you get in this case. You have a woman who was trying to obstruct a legitimate law enforcement operation. Nobody debates that. You have a woman who aimed her car at a law enforcement officer and pressed on the accelerator. Nobody debates that. I can believe that her death is a tragedy, while also recognizing that it's a tragedy of her own making. And
God, bro. All this guy needs to do is actually just go after these people, and I would vote for him. That's all he needs to do. That's all.
Exactly. I mean, I'm voting for Vance one way or another, but I do want to see action from Vance. I would love to see more action from Vance, and hopefully they could take down these ring of networks where they're trying to impede upon federal investigations. I'm not a fan of ICE. I'm going to make that very clear. I'm not a fan of them, but they're still a federal agency. You still have to abide by some sort of rules. That's all. Simple as that. Give me a second, you guys. Okay, sorry about that, you guys. I was reading something real quick. All right, let's keep going.
All I want to hear. Because I'm so glad, because I don't want to have, this emotional talking around it, everything else. Oh, wow, it's so horrible this happened. She shouldn't have been there. She put her...
Oh, Miso Turtle Soup just did a happy poop, yum, yum. Happy poop, yum, yum. Happy poop, yum, yum. Oh, yeah, give me that happy poop, brother. You making me so horny. You making me so horny with the happy poops. Thank you so much. Stocks Family Farm, Mr. TJ says she shouldn't have blocked the road. Absolutely, yeah. In that video, it was pretty obvious that she was blocking the road. The whole situation's insane. And it just sucks because this just causes more problems. It does. It just causes a lot more problems, man. Miso Turtle Soup said in 100 for 2 joules. Thank you, Miso. I appreciate you, my brony brother. Let's give a shout out to Miso Turtle Soup for the gifts. Make sure you guys subscribe to Miso Turtle Soup. We appreciate you, my brony brother. Make sure you guys subscribe to him, though. We need Miso. Also, subscribe to my boy TJ, Stocks Family Farm. Trying to get my man to have more subscribers, more viewers, and everything. So, incredible dude. I mean, the road looks pretty blocked to me in that video.
A tragedy of the far left who has marshaled an entire movement, a lunatic fringe against our law enforcement officers.
You literally said yesterday you believe she wasn't trying to ram him. I'll make myself clear because apparently maybe you didn't understand. If you're driving your car at somebody and it's going to hit them, I don't really care whether you're trying to do it or not. They're not going to be able to read your mind and figure out whether you're trying to do it or not. They're just going to see you driving your car at them and assuming you're trying to hit them. They can't know that. But they can know they're getting a car driven at them immediately. Sorry, I didn't mean to kill you. Oops! Oh no! I only did this on accident. I was only trying to evade arrest.
I think what is clearly happening here, and it's going to keep on happening unless
play
the
stupid
Democrats
games,
wake
win
up
stupid
and say,
prizes.
You know what?
That's a
You
fact.
don't have to agree with our immigration policies.
That's a fact.
You don't have to agree with what the president or the vice president believe about immigration enforcement. But why don't you take this to the ballot box? Why don't you vote? Why don't you organize?
Exactly.
Instead, what some of them are doing is encouraging people to get violent with our law enforcement officials. It's disgraceful.
Thank you, Jack R. Mix.
It's
I
too many
appreciate
people.
it. Thank you, Brony Brothers.
That's way too many people.
Just to follow up on that question, and again, thank you for taking.
I mean, JD's absolutely correct. Take it to the ballot box. If you want change on a government scale, you got to vote. You got to vote for the right people. You know, the problem is the left has become so unpopular. And don't get me wrong, the right has also become pretty unpopular too with a certain amount of things. But when most people think of leftists or Democrats, they think of unhinged, crazy people. That's what they're thinking. And by the way, make sure you guys subscribe to my home dog at Jack R. MCS. He's very sexy. I don't know him very well, but he gave a 100 for 2 jewels, and I appreciate that, my brony brother. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate you.
Question, Mr. Vice President. There's clearly a lot of emotion in Minnesota, across the country, over this incident. You're calling Renee Good a deranged leftist. There's been heated rhetoric that we've also heard from officials. What responsibility?
It sounds like she is, based on some of the descriptions. Now, I don't like to talk ill of the dead. I still think she was in the wrong when she did what she did, but I also think that the ICE agent who pulled the gun, I felt like they were also in the wrong too. He was also in the wrong too. I think both were in the wrong. I'm still having trouble taking sides on this one. I don't think I want to take a side. I don't know. But she was doing some wrong stuff. Who was more incorrect? I think she might have been, the more I think about it. She shouldn't have done all the things that she was doing. She was absolutely impeding an investigation. And, you know, straight from the horse's mouth, JD. So he was talking about it, and I trust JD. I trust JD more than the leftists, at least. So. Oh. Hold on. Yeah. I don't know. There's a lot of people who are fired up about this, man. I get it.
Based. And the president have to diffuse some of the tension that we are seeing play out in Minnesota, bring down the temperature as this investigation is unfolding?
What we have a responsibility to do
Tell
is
the truth.
Protect the people who are enforcing the law and protect the country writ large. Whether you're Democrat or Republican, you deserve to have the people's laws enforced in the United States of America. Now, again, I'm not happy that this woman lost her life. I'm not happy that this woman was there at a protest violating the law by interfering with a law enforcement action. I think that we can all recognize that the best way to turn down the temperature.
The massively major, what up, Brony? JD gonna be savage on foreign policy when he wins after Trump. Absolutely, dude. I love JD Vance so much. He's an incredible human being, man. I think he's the GOAT, dude. I think he's the GOAT. He's the greatest. BRB, though, it's good to see you, massively major. I love you, brother. I'm going to take a whiz. Massively Major says JD will do a lot more for American policy than Trump. Elizabeth says, I miss you, Michael Nope. Come back. Everybody misses daddy. Everybody misses daddy. Oh, God. Bro, dude, I love the eyeliner, man. JD Vance's eyeliner is so sexy. Yeah, Trump deserves to be called names. The guy has no clue on some issues. I like his foreign policy, though. Absolutely, dude. Trump ain't no Nazi, though. That's just NPC. Yeah, exactly. I think Trump actually does have a vision for America, and it's not necessarily a bad one. So that's the way I see it. And I don't know. I'm a straight shooter. That's the way I see it. Brony. Garza the Bussy Buster. Everybody's talking about my bussy. All right, you guys, hold on. Before we react to the rest of this, I do need to do some push-ups. Hold on. Oh, yeah. Oh. I mean, do push-ups if you want, brother. Hell yeah. Who's playing the YMCA song? I am, bro. Yeah, and I think Trump wants a better... I do think Trump wants a better America. I really do. And I think the leftists who go crazy over him being in office, I think A lot of them are the problem at this point.
Is to tell people to take their concerns about immigration policy to the ballot box.
Take it to the ballot box. Stop trying to interfere with the officers. Basically, what they're saying is if you're a police officer who wants to murder, just jump in front of the car right as it starts to move so you can kill them. It's not even worth engaging. It's not. It's so obviously dishonest. Okay, sure.
Yeah.
Stop assaulting and stop inciting violence against our law enforcement officers. That's the best way to take down the temperature. And we're not going to give in to terrorism on this. And that's exactly what's happening.
We will not give in to terrorists.
You have to stomp them out. And you're not doing that. If you don't...
I mean, another way to do it... look, I'm not somebody... I'm going to admit, I'm not somebody who has all the solutions. But... Are there any doctors who have gotten to the source of why Trump turns average, everyday people into lunatics? Like, seriously, what is it about Donald Trump that turns people who would be otherwise decent individuals into raging fucking lunatics? Like, Trump derangement syndrome is real, and people who say otherwise are fucking lying. There's something about Donald Trump that makes some people go from a nice, caring, decent individual to basically foaming at the mouth and saying that you have brainworms because you voted for Trump. It's true.
Don't stomp these people out completely and just destroy them in every single aspect.
Yeah.
Like seize their financials, put them in jail, put their conspirators in jail, go after them, physically whenever they're at these places. You have to just totally oppress them. Completely fucking oppress them. And again, with the law. This is the law. The law oppresses terrorists.
It's when somebody challenges their fake virtue.
It's sad.
Yeah.
People trying to antagonize, to commit acts of violence. They throw bricks at them. Sometimes they shoot at them. Sometimes they dox them. Sometimes they go to the place of
It's been 1
residence
year.
and harass their families.
Don't want to hear
this
it.
This is classic terrorism. And we cannot say that when a far left fringe is inciting violence against our brave law enforcement officials, that we're no longer going to enforce the law.
Yeah.
That's rewarding the very people who are engaged in.
Yeah. And look, I think, I'm not going to lie, I trust ICE more than these raging leftist lunatics. I'm not the biggest fan of ICE. Don't get me wrong, I'm not a fan of ICE. I think some of their training tactics seem a little off. But I trust them more than I trust these deranged left lunatic Karens. I do. And that's the way I feel about it. That's the way I roll about it, man. Sean Lawn says, my wife has these TDS moments, and I question her origin of that rage. Her parents. Yeah, I mean, here's the thing. I mean, for example, I have boomer parents. My dad is about as left-leaning as you can get. Dude, my dad has major Trump derangement syndrome. It's crazy. Seeing how rabid my dad gets when talking about Trump, dude, it's insane. Like, my dad gets so pissed. Like, I tell him all the time, it's like, yeah, I voted for Trump. I mean, like, if my dad asks me, like, why I vote for Trump, I say, first off, he wants to deregulate. He wants to get rid of a lot of shit. He wants government on the federal level to have less power. I love that. I'm not a fan of the big, beautiful bill, though. I think that was a mistake. I'm not saying everything Trump does is gold. Sometimes I question the things he does, but that's the beauty of it. I'm not blindly... I'm not in a blind allegiance with the guy, but even saying that you voted for Trump, people feel like they can harass you, call you a Nazi. I hate it. I don't call, by the way, I could call Biden voters Nazis because the way the Biden administration was ran, like shit, first off. Second, Biden was just letting everybody in, letting everybody cross. The Democrats just don't deserve power. The problem with collectivists having power, and I say this all the time, I don't believe that people who believe in communism and socialism deserve to have power. Because those beliefs in themselves are actually authoritarian beliefs. Because when you get power and you have that mindset of socialism and communism are good ideas, you've already proven that you can't handle power, because every single time it's a socialist or a communist that goes too crazy with the power that they have, and then they commit fraud. Look at the Black Lives Matter scandals. Look at what's been happening in Minnesota. Look at what happens in Democrat-run states. Fraud. Oh, and money laundering, fraud, more money laundering, and just fraud is what I'm trying to get at. So, yeah, I don't trust Democrats at this point to have power, but I don't just want one party to have power. This is why I think we need to take a third party seriously, because I don't want Republicans to have the House, Senate, and the executive. I don't believe one party should have all the power. I do believe it should be very divided. Now, I don't believe that the Democrats are the right answer fully. If the Democrats have the House, Senate, and executive branch, we're going to have a problem. We're going to have a major problem. We're going to have censorship coming back. It's not good. We already saw when Biden was president, do you know how much censorship there was? Do you know how much censorship battles that I had to fight? Just because I had political opinions, by the way. And no, don't get me wrong. Trump does some things like make money off crypto. Absolutely. I hate that. I think crypto sucks. Thank you, Shawnee, for the subscribe. I appreciate you subscribing to the channel. Yeah, but what the fuck are you talking about? Fraud doesn't even mean anything? Yeah, fraud absolutely means something. Are you kidding me? Look, I don't trust leftists with power at all. I don't think when leftists have power, they tend to do things like they're Karens. They're fucking Karens, dude. The Karens have taken over the Democrat Party. Straight up. And that's why I don't trust the Democrats. I don't want the Democrats to have power because I don't trust them with it. Now, don't get me wrong. I don't want the Republicans to have all the power either. I want there to be a third party to step in. I want a third party that's more viable than the Democrat Party, because I think the Democrat Party is rife with Karens who believe that socialism and communism are a good thing, that are rife with white guilt. I hate white guilt so much. Hey, have a great night, Mr. TJ. Get that rest, brother. Get that rest, man. Definitions changed a bit, sure, but no, fraud's real. Fraud is real. And what's happening in Minnesota is definitely fraud. Miso Turtle Soup says, you sound like a bisexual. No, look, I don't know. Massively Major says he's going to run as a Democrat. Don't do that, Massively Major. Come on, brother. We don't want that. We don't want that, brother. We don't want that. I mean, if you want to do it, that's fine. That's up to you. But don't. I hope you don't do it. Red all the way, dude. Yeah. And I'm voting for Vance in 2028. That's all there is to it, man.
In this garbage,
because then they're going to do it way more. If people realize, if they pull out of Minneapolis or Minnesota and they stop doing ICE, what they're going to do is they're going to just like quadruple the amount of protests that are going to happen, because now people will think that they have a chance that they can stop the federal government. That's why you have to stop it. They should have stopped. They should have just started this immediately last year. What? You can't assault federal officers? What? Do you think instead of labeling them as leftists, simply labeling them as agitators would resonate more with the general public? I don't think you should do anything that's going to resonate more with people that want to be constantly deceived. Existing inside of the frame of
yeah, here's the thing. You can't just call these people agitators. It's pretty obvious they're leftists. And they have a whole network. letting people know where ICE is at, or any federal agency's at, so they can interfere with operations. Straight up. And these people think that they're freedom fighters, right? These leftists think that they're freedom fighters, and they're not. They're just annoying Karens, unfortunately. And the Democrat Party has been overrun and rot with Karens, without a doubt. It's the party of the Karen. This is why I don't take the left seriously. I don't vote Democrat because, one, Karens took over the party. Socialists and communists run amok, and they think that it's a revolutionary new idea when it's an idea that's old as dirt. And it's an idea that sucks ass a lot, big time. It's a terrible idea. Awful. Anyway. Networks to avoid state violence. No, it's just stupid. Just dumb. Stupid. But either way, I'm massively major. We love you, bro. Even if you were to run as a leftist, we still love you, bro. We love the massively major on this channel. Gwen the Red is saying define communism. Pretty simple. It's where the state has control of the means of production, where the state basically has control of the economy. You don't want that. You don't want the state telling you how to live your life, how much you can consume, how much you can produce. They put constraints and limits on too many things. It's basically nannying run amok. Communism is a bad idea. Giving the state any power over the means of production is fucking foolish and stupid as shit. And if you think that communism is a good idea, you are mentally handicapped. You are mentally handicapped if you think socialism and communism are good ideas, especially when they've been tried in so many other countries and ruin every country that massively implements it on a massive scale. Mic fucking drop. Bitch. That's all I got to say, bro. I'd vote for a libertarian for sure. I would vote for a libertarian, absolutely. Massively major, I think you should run as a libertarian. I would absolutely vote for a libertarian before I would vote for a liberal. Yeah, communism's a bad call. It's a bad idea. And here's the thing. It's been implemented so many times and it only ruins countries. It doesn't solve any of their problems. In fact, it makes everybody poor and it makes everybody destitute. That's what happens. One moment. All right, here we go. Let's keep going, boys.
Of vocabulary of another person is allowing that person to define how you will lose. Never exist inside of the frame of another person's argumentation. They are deranged leftists. That's what they are. That's what they are. It's definitive. So just call them what they are.
Actual reward that they just got is a new assistant attorney general who is going to prosecute and investigate this stuff even more aggressively than before. Yeah.
Yeah.
Thanks for taking my question. So the head of Minnesota's investigations agency says that the U.S. Attorney's Office has essentially cut off the state investigations agency's access to the investigation. What is the precedent for that, and why shouldn't the Minnesota officials on the ground have access and evidence to work on this investigation?
First of all, I wish the state officials in Minnesota would investigate why you have so many people who are using their vehicles and other means to actually interfere with a legitimate law enforcement operation. The precedent here is very simple. You have a federal law enforcement official engaging in federal law enforcement action. That's a federal issue. That guy is protected by absolute immunity. He was doing his job. The idea that Tim Walz and a bunch of radicals...
Yeah, buddy, the law oppresses...
Yeah, I mean, even if you don't like ICE, they're still federal agents. I'm not saying that they can get away with everything. I'm not saying they should get away with everything. But my God, the video was pretty obvious from that second angle that we saw. Here we go. Let's take a look.
Terrorism, just like the law oppressed black people.
What?
You're right. You're so right. This is just like slavery.
In Minneapolis are going to go after and make this guy's life miserable.
That's brave of you to say that.
Job
Very
he was
brave.
Asked to do is preposterous. The unprecedented thing is the idea that a local official can actually prosecute a federal official with absolute immunity. I've never seen anything like that. It would get tossed out by a judge. So what I'd like Minnesota to focus on is the real issue that they're encouraging people. Minneapolis officials are encouraging people to commit violence against ICE officials. It's ridiculous. It's got to stop. Go ahead.
Absolutely, brother. Absolutely. One thing I got to do, though, I realized that my iPad, I'm an iPad kid now, it hasn't charged in a while, so I got to... Before we continue, I'm going to do a couple more push-ups. Hold on. All right, let's go. Yeah, Asmon's got some interesting takes. I feel like I'm I like watching his videos, though, because I'm too lazy to do my own research. But I will say, I got some sexy takes myself. Let's keep going. I had to do some push-ups as well. I'm out of breath.
President, thank you. You said earlier that there's a left-wing network to attack, to dox, to assault, and make it impossible for ICE officers to do their job. You told my colleague just now that there's an investigation going on into that network.
Yep.
So if everything that you say is true, how does being part of that network justify being shot?
Okay, hold on. That question framing, that is ridiculous. Being a part of that network does not justify being shot, but if you are impeding traffic and doing all sorts of things to intentionally stop these federal workers, by the way, whether you like it or not, ICE is a federal agency. I don't much care for them either. But if you're impeding their investigation and you try to run one of them over, expect some pretty rough consequences. I'm not saying that what the ICE agent did was right, and I wish that lady was still alive. I wish he didn't pull the gun. I really wish he didn't. She was in the wrong, and I do believe he was in the wrong for using that level of brute force.
Once again, for the millionth time, the media is the enemy of the people.
I agree with you 100%, dude. I hate the mainstream media just as much as you do, Asman. Absolutely. I do. I can't stand. I can't stand it, dude. And she was, I mean, based off a lot of the data that we have, I don't know if she's in her right mind. I'm not too sure. Mainstream media is absolutely.
It is so obvious.
Mainstream media is absolutely toxic. I agree, dude. Terrible. And my problem with the mainstream media overall is that if you don't align with them politically in everything, or if you make an enemy out of them, they become the ultimate gaslighters. They will gaslight the fuck out of you. And the mainstream media has done a great job of gaslighting the people. I don't trust the mainstream media. If you send me a CNN article or a CNN video, I'm going to assume it's fake-ass news. I'm going to assume it's fake. Absolutely.
Obvious. Anybody can see it. There it is. It's right in front of you.
Well, being part of the network doesn't justify being shot, but ramming an ICE officer with your car, that's...
Whoa. Trump USA 1 is saying she hit an ICE officer previously. The media conveniently left that part out. Wow. And by the way, yes, she was using her car as a weapon. It's pretty obvious.
That's what justifies being shot.
Now, I'm not saying that she should have been shot. But she was in the wrong. The dude who shot her was in the wrong too. All of them were in the wrong. I wish she was still alive, though. Was she a woke person? Probably. Was she in the wrong? Yes. Could this have been prevented? Sure. On both angles, on both sides. The ICE officer shouldn't have been so trigger happy. The lady shouldn't have tried to run him over. Case closed.
It's not a good thing, by the way, but when you force somebody to engage...
Duh. Fucking duh. You can't hate the media enough? What a leading question. I know.
engage in self-defense, it's almost a preposterous question. I'm not saying that funding some of this stuff justifies capital punishment. Nobody would suggest that. The reason this woman is dead is because she tried to ram somebody with her car, and that guy acted in self-defense. That is why she lost her life, and that is the tragedy. Now, there may be other violations of the law and other penalties that, that are associated with those violations of the law. For example, if you are funding violence against our law enforcement officers, I'm not a prosecutor. My guess is that's not the sort of thing that earns capital punishment, but it should sure as hell earn you a few years in prison if you're funding the effort to try to assault our law enforcement officers. Well,
I think that if you're doing that, I mean, you should at least go to jail. Yeah, definitely. And what they need to do, too, is they need to find out, because I think a lot of these people are foreign agitators, just seize their assets. Like, I mean, they obviously have money.
So what are you saying? So Sibayu is saying, I voted for Trump, but if you're celebrating her death, you sound like the people who are celebrating Charlie Kirk's death. We should be more concerned about the Russia ship America's just seized. So, look, I'm not celebrating her death. In fact, I'm very disturbed at what the ICE agent did as a result. I'm not a fan of it. Now, granted, at the end of the day, I think what she did was incredibly foolish. Look at that second angle. Second angle shows she was trying to run the dude over. Straight up.
Money in bank accounts, just take their bank accounts. What are they going to do? Like, literally just take their money. I don't know, like, why don't you, it seems like it's such a simple solution.
Asmon's a smart dude.
I don't know why people don't just do that. Yeah, it's so fast. Yeah, it instantly stops it. Start with Soros. Yeah, I mean, like, these super, like, these big, like, rich people around the world, like, money is not power. Armies are power. Like, guns are power. That's what really matters. And so I hear this bullshit, and I'm like, oh, yeah, sure. The fact is that, just take their ass. What are they going to do? Stop playing stupid games? Yeah, I know. Could you see these politicians holding out because of midterms? I don't know if they will or not. I have no idea. But I think it's a bad instinct to do that. It's unrealistic to expect a president to enforce the law equally, or do we have to accept double standards as permanent? Well, I don't know, but eventually we'll find somebody that will enforce it seriously, right? Money buys power. Well, yeah, but if you can just take their money, you don't have to sell the power.
I'm sorry, guys. What's going on here? You guys are meant to report the truth. How have you let yourself become agents of propaganda of a radical fringe that's making it harder for us to enforce our laws? You just asked me a question that presumed that the reason why this woman died is because she was engaged in legitimate protest. She tried to...
Exactly.
She was not engaged in legitimate protest at all. She was impeding whether you like ICE or not, they're still a federal agency. She was impeding an ICE investigation. Straight up. Case closed. Now, did she deserve to get shot? No. I would love it if she did not. Two things can be true. By the way, two things can be true. Just as a heads up. Not everything is a contradiction. I'm not the biggest fan of ICE. Granted, I still think that what she did was stupid.
Exactly. I'm so glad he's calling this out.
You run somebody over with her car, and the guy defended himself when that happened. Next question.
It's embarrassing.
I said next question.
Mr. Vice President, I mean, you presumably watched...
I could watch this a lot.
The video yourself. There's not the slightest doubt in your mind, having viewed it, that the victim, you still believe that she deliberately tried to ram him despite seeing this video.
Does that matter?
Look, I don't know what is in a person's heart or in
what
a
are you
person's
talking
head,
about, Tactical Mayo? Can you elaborate, please? What the hell's a CW? Dude, if you look at the other angle, it's pretty obvious the dude was in front of the car. What JD Vance is saying is accurate. Now, I know you guys don't want to believe JD Vance, and that's fine. You have every right not to. But either way, JD's correct, in my opinion.
Chance to ask this woman what was going on. What I am certain of is that she violated the law. What I'm certain of is that that officer had every reason to think that he was under very serious threat.
Yeah, he had every reason.
I'm still not a fan that he shot her, though. I'm still not a fan of that. I think he could have easily just got out of the way and ended there.
Reason to think that she was trying to run him over.
And she was absolutely trying to run him over, by the way. She was using the car as a weapon. But that's no excuse for you to get the gun out of the holster and do what you did. All right? Not a fan of that. I don't know, man. So here's the way I look at it. In simple terms, okay? What happened is unfortunate. It's bad. It sucks. And I'm sad by it, man. I'm not the biggest fan of ICE. I think the guy should not have had a lethal weapon if he's had PTSD. I think there should be rules that if you've had excessive PTSD and you're an ICE agent, you should only be limited to stun weaponry. It's clear that he could not handle that type of situation. That's the way I see it, at least. And you guys can obviously say I'm wrong. That's fine. I don't really care. But that's the way I see it. Straight up. But yeah, it was pretty obvious that she was trying to kill the agent. And if you guys can't see that, then I don't know what to tell you. Really, I really don't know what to tell you. Hold on, you guys give me a second. Hold on. Main window capture. Is that 80, 85? We'll go 85. I think that's a good level. Give me a second, you guys, trying to get this all squared away. Okay. Give me a second, you guys. Sorry about that.
If you look at it from his perspective, he had every reason to think, oh my God, this bitch is about to ram me with her fucking car. Again.
For injury or in fact, his life. What I'm certain of is that she accelerated.
Here's the thing. She was trying to run the dude over. She was trying to run the dude over. And she was impeding an investigation. It's pretty clear. Now, granted, facts and information can change, and if it does, I'll change my opinion. But I'm going with what Vance is saying. I'm going with what JD Vance is saying on this one. I trust Vance more than I trust you leftist lunatics. You guys think that impeding with ICE, and effing with ICE, you guys act like you're on the right side of history. when you guys in general, all you guys care about is social compliance, by the way. I'm just saying what ICE is doing, especially in Minnesota, seems to be pretty justified after what we saw with the whole Tim Walz daycare scandal. Just stop interfering. Yeah, you know what? To all you leftists in the chat, I'm with JD Vance on this one. I agree with JD Vance on this one, man. I trust JD Vance more than you leftists. I do. Yeah, Sean Lawn is saying, why is mainstream media scrubbing the ICE agents yelling at her to exit the vehicle? Exactly. She wasn't exiting the vehicle. It's just the mainstream media has a narrative, and they're trying to keep that narrative alive, and that's just all they're doing, man. They're trying to keep their little narrative alive, and it's frustrating.
In a way where she ran into the guy.
Yeah.
I don't know what was in her heart and what was in her head, but I know that she violated the law, and I know that officer was acting in self-defense. It raises an interesting point, though. Look, if people want to say that we should have a legitimate debate about, what was she really doing, right? Was she panicking when she drove into this officer, or was she actually trying to ram him? If
you panic and you drive into somebody, that person still has the right to self-defense. Panicking doesn't it's not a get-out-of-jail-free card where everybody has to just kind of let you panic.
Reasonable conversation.
Doesn't even make sense.
What's not reasonable is for so many of you to plaster all over the media that this was an innocent woman and that the ICE agent committed murder, which is what many of you have said explicitly and some of you have said implicitly. That's what I have an objection to. The idea that this was not justified is absurd, and I think everybody knows it in their heart.
It's easy with hindsight that you could say you could do something else. Yeah, exactly. JD's cooking here? Yeah, he is. He's doing great. I like this. ICE officer isn't a mind reader? Yeah, of course. Did she drive into him or not? It's very clear that...
So the way I see it is this. I'm still not a fan of the dude using the gun. That part still pisses me off. That's the part that pisses me off, man. I wish he didn't. I wish he would have just dodged out of the way of the car and just been like, hey, we're done here. And he didn't. He dodged and then he shot. I'm still not a fan of that. I think if you have PTSD of any kind, I don't think you deserve a lethal weapon in those situations. You deserve a stun weapon. You guys are killing me here. Give me a few seconds, you guys. I'm cutting my nails real quick. Hold on. Clipping my nails. Give me another moment, you guys. Clipping the rest of my nails. Hold on.
Laugh out loud.
Oh, thank you, Massively Major. Support channel plus perks, yeah. It's been a member for 2 months. Thank you, Massively Major, for re-upping your simpscription, my man. You're the real GOAT, bro. Appreciate you, bro. We're watching the more of this here in just a second, you guys. Just bear with me, all right? Bear with me. I'm the goat. Almost done, you guys. Almost done clipping my nails. Hold on, bros. Aubrey Beard says it's my B-Day. Can Jay have a shout out? Sure. Jay, happy birthday, bro. All right. I got my nails clipped, everybody. We're good. Let's watch the rest of this, my brony brothers. Yeah, and here's the thing. I just want to say this. Lots of Karens everywhere. Tons of Karens. And it's frustrating, man. I think what's annoying is all these Karens thinking that, you know, they're justified in doing what they do. All right, let's watch the rest of this here. Oh, let's keep going.
It's very clear that if he hadn't moved out of the way quickly, she would have completely ran him over. It's undeniable. When her wheels first started spinning forward, her car was pointed directly at that officer.
Yeah. Dude was in front of it. She was going right in front of him. I still think it was a bad move for him to pull the gun out of the holster. I think that was stupid. But, you know, he was technically acting in self-defense.
She absolutely accelerated directly at the officer. This is undeniable.
Yeah.
Mr. Vice President,
in the green jacket.
Taking down the temperature. It seems like political violence is ratcheting up and riots could be around the corner. What steps does the administration have planned to try to unite America? Average people on both political sides are so tired of fighting with each other.
Oh, man, dude. Everybody in the chat. E.T. is going after Yib. Yib is going after E.T. Dude, this is good. Hey, guys, keep it up, dude. If you guys want to argue in the chat, that's totally fine, by the way. I allow arguing. I'm not going to ban anybody. You guys get what you say what you need to say to each other. Hash it out in the chat, dude. Hash it out in the chat. Keep on going, my brony brother. Pink Brony Club. I'm going to keep on fapping at the Pink Brony Club.
Each other, and I think all the journalists in this room could agree with me that we don't want to be part
No, they can't, because you guys are the ones agitating it.
of the problem.
Yep.
Do you have any words to unite America?
You know, I know you don't want to be a part of the problem, and I think that's true of a lot of you. I'm not sure it's true for everybody, because the reporting over this has been one of the biggest scandals I've ever seen in media.
So I said.
I've never seen a case so misrepresented and misreported when you have a guy who was defending himself and is now being treated as some sort of federal assassin by so many of the people in this room.
True.
First of all, let me say about crime. You mentioned violence. One of the things we're proudest about is that you saw violent crime over the last year drop by 20%. Why is that drop by 20%? Is it because we're attacking our law enforcement officers, or is it because we in the administration are empowering our law enforcement officers to enforce the law? I think that's one of the ways you take down the
Laugh
temperature.
out loud.
Is you make people feel
Tread
more
on me,
secure.
lefty.
Oh, thank you so much for the $2 super chat, massively major. I appreciate it. Let's highlight the $2 super chat. Let's also replay it because I interrupted it.
Laugh out loud.
tread on me, lefty.
Get it, dude. The Massively Major. That's our boy. We're big Massively Major fans on this channel, by the way, just to let everybody know.
Secure and safe in their person.
You have to have overwhelming force against people that are violent protesters. You have to. You can't let them get even an inch, because the moment that they think that they're making any progress, then they're just going to do it more and more. And to the extent that you tolerate their behavior, what's going to happen is that it's just going to get worse and worse and worse, because then they're going to keep pushing the line, because that's what their goal is.
And property.
Yep.
That's why we care so much about protecting our law enforcement, because it accrues to the benefit of the entire national community. I think that we can absolutely talk about the ways in which, you know, we can try to lower the temperature by discussing differences in a reasonable and rational way. Again,
yeah, people are not willing to do that. They don't want to. And it's because that they don't want to do that because they want to keep people in.
Oh, shit. Massively Major gifted a membership. Thank you so much, Massively Major. The Massively Major gifted one Michael Garza gift membership. I appreciate that, my brony brother. Thank you so much. It does help the channel grow. And the recipient of the gifted membership is Tanner Gunneria 1862. Thank you, Massively Major. You're the man. I'm going to highlight that. But thank you, by the way. Gifted memberships go a long way. It does help the channel grow. It helps allow subscribers to become exclusive members, and we love gifted memberships on this channel. So thank you again, the Massively Major. You're so sexy. You're so beautiful. I love you, bro.
Side of an emotional frame of reference, because it's easier to control people that way. That's why. I guess she broke the response by accelerating. Shooting her is too far. I don't think so. I think if somebody tries to drive a car at you, you should shoot them in the head. That's what I think. I think if anybody's trying to drive a car in your immediate vicinity and they're driving it right at you.
I see where Asmund is coming from. I mean, look, if I have a gun on me, somebody's trying to run me over, I'm really trying to think about what I would do in that situation. I wouldn't want to shoot them while they're driving. I just wouldn't. I would just do everything I could to get out of the way. Once I'm out of the way... It's crazy, though. The whole situation's wild. Massively Major says Garza makes some member-only emojis. I should. I need to take some time to do that. I have not taken the time to do that, though. But let's keep going, though. One of these days, I will make some custom emojis for the subscriber, for the members. Hell yeah. You guys are so sexy. I love you guys.
You should be able to shoot them directly in the head. Absolutely. And if they're still driving after that, I think you should be able to shoot them again. That's it. I don't want to live in a world where people can drive cars at me. Straight up. I don't want to live in that world. I don't want you to live in that world. I don't want anybody to live in that world. That's it.
I'm happy to talk with any congressional Democrat or any of you about our immigration policy, about why I think it's necessary, about why I think it's in the best interest of the country, about why the President of the United States was elected to actually...
You ever been over a crosswalk? That's an insane comment. You're trying to compare it to a crosswalk? It's not even worth... I'm going to just go ahead. I'm going to just pull you up. Do you think that I was talking about crosswalks? Do you think I was discussing crosswalks?
I love the background music that he's got playing.
It's all right.
Amazing.
It's okay, guys. It's all right.
Just so funny.
Do people drive against you on a crosswalk? No, because you wait for the crosswalk to say go, and then you go. Have you ever been on a crosswalk before? Like, what? Wait, what? People drive against... What the hell are you talking about? I can't even believe I'm reading this.
See, the reason I like Asmund Gould is he kind of says what everybody's really thinking. Or I wouldn't say everybody, but he's saying what you're thinking in a lot of ways. And is it the most elegant way of explaining the situation? Sometimes it is, sometimes it's not. I think the guy's kind of on... he's pretty impressive how long he could stream and still have some pretty interesting takes. I will admit, Asmund's really good at that shit. No, I'm an Asmund Gould fan though. He's fun to watch, and it's fun to react to his reactions too.
Oh my god! Why pull up a bad faith interpretation? The reason why I pull them up is because I want people to see that these are the quality of the disagreeers. These are the people that are out there disagreeing and arguing and trying to debate this.
Yeah.
They are
They're
arguing on such a bad faith level that it's just completely nonsensical. It is totally left.
Oh yeah, because all they care... Here's the thing. The Democrat Party's ran by Karens. Karens only care about social rules and social compliance. They don't care about context. Like, if I say a bad word, let's say I say fuck, but they don't look at the context of why I said it, they're just going to be like, you said a bad word. You said a bad word. All they care about are stupid fucking rules, right? And social compliance. That's all. And sadly, those types of people are very easy to control. Karens are very easy to control. And it sucks.
Any realm of rationality, reason, like, you know, I guess conscientious thought, anything.
Why am I reported? What did I... Walk-in X11, what'd I do? Why'd you report me? Because I have an opinion that the Democrat Party's ran by Karens? And a lot of these Karens only care about social compliance and stupid social rules. They don't really care about nuance. They don't care about context. They don't think about anything but social compliance. I don't understand. Walking X. What are you talking about, bro? Oh, because I said fuck. That's funny. I appreciate it, bro. I always say the F word on my streams. Not like 24/7, but, you know, I do drop it from time to time.
It's total dishonesty.
You better watch out, or else I'm gonna say fuck. You better watch out, or else I'm gonna say fuck. You better watch out, or else I'm gonna say fuck. You better watch out. Down, 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 down. You better watch out, or else I'm gonna say fuck. You better watch out, or else I'm gonna say. You better watch out, or else I'm gonna say fuck. Just like John Bon Jovi did, I'm rocking the suburbs. Except that he was talented. I'm rocking the suburbs. I take the checks and face the facts that some producer with computers fixes all my shitty tracks these days. Yeah, yeah. You better watch out, or else I'm gonna say fuck. You better watch out, or else I'm gonna say. Or else I'm gonna say.
So some people disagreeing with good points usually pull up the nonsensical ones. Do you not?
I'm not gonna do a poll. I don't feel like doing a poll, Yib. Nope.
Let me go. I'm gonna pull you up.
Yeah, Jesus is the man.
This guy's getting banned. Cool. He's getting banned. Then we're gonna move on. Okay. He's an idiot. All right. So do you?
Okay, Asmund gets a little too ban happy sometimes. That's the thing about Asmund Gould. As much as I love him, he gets a little too ban happy. Look, if people want to ask stupid questions, I won't say I support it, but I'm not going to ban you. I will tell you that you're a moron, but that's about the extent of it. Let's see. What else we got here? Okay.
Have a nonsensical point? Because there's always people that complain that I bring up people that are dumb. So did I just do that again or not? Give me a minute. Let's listen to it. Brian Krasenstein, Doc the Agent, is such a motherfucking asshole. Nobody knows whether that's the guy. There's a million Jonathan Rosses.
Yeah, that's true. That's a very common name.
What's the good point they're disagreeing with? So his argument is the cop was in a crosswalk and the lady was simply waiting for him to cross the street or something and he gunned her down. These people are a joke. As I said, there are just so many different levels of intellectual dishonesty and deliberate misunderstanding that it's actually kind of funny to see because it's just so misleading and dishonest. It's insane. I'm really kind of shocked sometimes whenever I read these that there are people out there that exist that way. It's really surprising. We don't have a single example of one of these, well thought out, reasoned arguments. It's because they don't exist. That's the reason why. Now, let's see. We're going to close this one. Just going to move on.
Enforce the border for the first time in at least 4 years. So here's the problem. That's not the debate so many people are having. They are actively covering for people who are committing acts of violence against federal law enforcement. It is preposterous. The way to take down the temperature is to stop it. Have your debates about policy. Attack me. Attack the President of the United States. Don't attack our law enforcement officers. They are trying to do the job the American people demanded that they do. They are not policy actors. They are enforcing the law. They should.
Yeah, they're just doing.
I agree with that. If you guys want to criticize JD Vance, if you guys want to criticize Trump, good. Keep the criticism coming. It's healthy. But to keep on demonizing the ICE agents, I'm sorry, I'm not on the side of ICE per se, but I'm not exactly against them either. I'm pretty neutral about them, to be honest. I'm not a fan, but I'm not against them. So I think what's happening is, if you keep saying that ICE is the Gestapo or whatever, that's a problem. Because they're still federal agents. And you can't just go around putting their lives in danger. They're just doing what they got to do. Granted, I'm still not a fan of ICE. I think that they should lessen ICE agents. There should not be as many. And yeah. Oh, St. Pinor is in the house. What up, St. Pinor? How you doing, brony brother? St. Pinor is on a copy and paste tear right now. Go, you get it, bro.
Doing their job. That's it. If you had time to kill her, you had time to run away from the car. Killing her was unnecessary. A life can mean so little in a rational society. I disagree with that because if a person tries to run you over, what's to say that they're not going to put the car in reverse after they missed the first time and try to run you over again?
There's some truth to that. There is some truth to that. But at the same time, if you can get out of the way, run as far away from the car as you can. And if she tries to run you over again, then maybe pull out the gun. I don't know. I'm not going to give any advice on that.
Think about that. If somebody shoots a bullet at you 3 times, are you supposed to wait for them to shoot a 4th time before you shoot back? Just think about it. Somebody drives a car.
Thank you, Brandon Costello, for the happy poop yum yum. Happy poop yum yum. Happy poop yum yum. Happy poop, happy poop, happy poop yum yum. Make sure you subscribe to Brandon94 Castillo. Make sure you guys subscribe to my boy for sending a happy poop yum yum. Happy poop yum yums are our favorite gift on this channel. So anytime you send a happy poop yum yum, I get really sprung in my pants. My pants get really tight. Happy poop yum yum. Happy poop yum yum. Happy poop, happy poop, happy poop, yum yum. Let's keep going, dude.
Directly at you. You're going to try to shoot them because you don't want them to do that to somebody else. Duh, or do it to you again, like, obviously. It's not even a question. Or run over a kid 2 blocks away? Exactly, yeah. If life was so important, what was she there doing that? I know. There's already a video where they didn't shoot and the lady backed up at full speed and drove through a guy in a snowbank. I don't know about that. I have to go back and see. The point is, when he shot, he already knew that she was trying to leave. He doesn't. How does he know that she was trying to leave?
Yes, I do get money for the happy poop. I get roughly about, for every happy poop that is sent to me via gifts, I think I get about 5 or 4 cents. I get about 5 to 4 cents per happy poop gift that is sent via the gift button. So make sure you guys tap the gift button. Give me happy poop yum yums. I really appreciate it. Brandon94 Castillo says, favorite live by far. Absolutely, brother. I appreciate you sending me the happy poop. I always accept the happy poops with grace and with love. I have nothing but love for the happy poop yum yums. So thank you for sending the happy poop yum yums. They really help. Oh, another happy poop yum yum. I'm putting you up on the board, bro. Happy poop, yum yum. Happy poop, yum yum. Happy poop, happy poop, happy poop, yum yum. Yum yum. At the Pink Brony Club, I'm gonna keep on fapping at the Pink Brony Club. I'm gonna keep on fapping down in West Hollywood. I'm gonna keep on crapping at the Pink Brony Club. Pink Brony Club. Here we go.
Be treated with a modicum of dignity and respect, and the fact that they're not is why incidents like yesterday happen. The one final point I'll make about
and also, like, one more point. I'm sorry, I really apologize for pausing this so much. So there are 2 things that the officers can be sure of whenever she tried going forward with that car. There are 2 things that they can be sure of. Thing number 1, she has no respect and no consideration for the law. Because not only did she spend the entire morning trying to obstruct the law, but on top of that, she is disobeying a direct order from a law enforcement official.
Oh, whoa. Ooh, woo. Ooh, woo, ooh, woo. Sean Lawn 71 just sent hot cocoa for 600 joules. Thank you, and thank you, thank you, my brony brother. I appreciate that. Make sure you guys subscribe to @SeanLawn71, and that's SeanLawn 71, for sending me a hot cocoa gift for 600 joules. Beautiful. That does help the channel in a lot of ways, so I appreciate that, my brony brother. Always appreciate the gifts. Thank you. I'm like getting all horned. I'm getting bricked right now from the hot cocoa. Thank you very much, man. I appreciate you, bro. I'm going to keep that up on the board for a bit. Thank you for the gift, my man. Sean Lawn 71, everybody. Give him a shout out. Give him a round of applause. Sean Lawn, you couldn't find the happy poop? Oh, man. The happy poop is somewhere. I don't know if it's accessible to everybody, but I do believe that the happy poop yum yum is accessible for most people. But it's okay, even if you didn't get... I'm just grateful for any gifts that anybody gives me. The hot cocoa for 600 joules equates to about $3, so I appreciate that, bro. Thank you, my brony brother. That helps out a lot, man. I appreciate you guys. You guys are incredible.
That's trying to detain her for impeding their investigation. So this is number 1, that she does not respect the law.
I appreciate you too, Sean
No
Lund.
reasonable person could look at what she
You're
was
the man,
doing
dude.
and
You're
say
so
this
sexy.
is a law-abiding citizen. Number 1. Number 2. This person has no consideration for the safety or the well-being of other people. Whether you think she tried to run over that police officer or not, on purpose, doesn't matter. What matters is that if he didn't jump out of the way, if her wheels didn't like spin out on the ice, she would have run that guy over.
Yeah.
This is undeniable that she would have run him over. Do you think that in the service of trying to protect society, they should let a person drive off that has proven that they will run people over and that they don't care about the law? Do you want that person barreling down the street? I don't.
The sad part is, these people, it's tough. I think that TDS, Trump Derangement Syndrome, is a real mental illness. And there's something about Donald Trump that gets people just so whacked out. It's the weirdest thing I've ever seen. It's a phenomenon I've never seen before. It's wild. They just get so actively mad. It's insane. Even though Donald Trump is the greatest president we've ever had.
I think shoot him in the fucking head.
That's a little extreme. I still don't. I don't agree with that, man.
I don't want that person running you over.
Sorry, Asman,
I don't
I
want
can't.
them running your family over.
I can't agree
I don't
with
want
that.
them running anybody over.
Nope.
That's what you have to do.
Shoot the tires. The tires at that point can be shot. What are you saying, man? That's all I got to say.
It's common. It's just logic. It's just logic. Sorry.
I still think there is... Look, you can use logic to justify anything. I believe you can have a mixture of logic and morals. I believe that shooting somebody in the head while they're driving, I'm not about that, man. Not about that. Not at all. I do believe that he could have, if he wanted to stop that vehicle, shooting the tires would be the next best move. Yes, a car can move with flat tires, but it would slow the fuck out of it. Would slow that car down quite a bit.
How is that any better than vigilante justice? You're asking how is a police officer making a decision that's an officer of the law better than a random person going out and shooting another random person? You're a parole person asking what should happen to you? I'm going to pull you up. You're going to get pulled up. We're having a little bit of arguments here. What about this makes me a horrible person? Because I actually think that I'm the only person that's not horrible here.
I mean, Asman is making judgments, but do the judgments make him a horrible person? I don't think so. I think he's a little too... how do you say it? I don't necessarily disagree with Asman on this, but I don't necessarily just blindly agree with him on this either. You know what I mean? He makes some points. Granted, he's making some points on this one. He's cooking. But I do question some of his logic on it. Just a little bit. But that's just me, man. That's the way I see it. Crazy. The Massively Major says, I despise Hansen's playing. What are you talking about with Hansen's playing? Are you talking about Chris Hansen? Damn, you're very sexy.
Laugh out loud.
Tread on me, lefty.
I'm going to keep the hot cocoa gift. Again, make sure you guys subscribe to @SeanLawn71. That's SeanLawn 71. For being a total brony brother, a total stud. And make sure you guys subscribe to the... make sure you guys subscribe to our channel as well. The more subscribers we have, the more we grow, the more of an audience we get, the better, man. We're getting a wider audience every day. It's wider and wider and wider, and the gap gets bigger and bigger and bigger. We're becoming just as big as Asmund Gould, which is crazy to me. I love it. I love that we're becoming bigger than Asmund Gould. I think it's great. I love Asmund.
I do. I think I'm the only person here who is willing to say things and do things that are
Tim
for the
Hansen.
best interest of more people. I believe that in my world, I am the person who is fighting for safety. I am the person who is fighting for freedom. And I'm the person who's fighting for peace. And I see these people as agitators, inhibitors, problems.
Oh, yeah. And I've been to the No Kings protest, for example, with leftist lunatics that are everywhere. And when I go to those, man, those people are insane. I'm there to make fun of them, but they get so pissed. And I don't make fun of one individual. I don't single anybody out. I make fun of them as a collective. I make fun of the whole collective. I do. I think the No Kings protests were so stupid. And yeah, I love making fun of these people. Absolutely. But yeah, make sure hey, Sue Harper, thank you for subscribing, by the way. Hey, if you guys subscribe to the channel, I love giving shout outs to anybody who subscribes. And if you can, join as a member. You don't have to, obviously. We don't require it. But just even simply the act of subscribing means a lot. It goes a long way, and it helps the channel grow in so many ways. It doesn't make my dong grow, unfortunately. My dong will always be tiny. But I really do appreciate it. Hey, more subscribers, man. We're at 6,634 subscribers. I think we're going to get to 7,000 here pretty soon, too, which is really nice.
And in one way or another, violent, like basically bad actors that are hurting other people. By letting ICE murder civilians? Of course. Of course, obviously. Like, see, you reframe things in a way that is dishonest in hoping that I won't agree with you because you're like, oh my God, well, he can't agree with it in this way. I don't care how you want to frame it. I don't give a shit. What matters is the action. You can use whatever vocabulary you want. I don't give a shit.
Asmund's cooking, dude. Asmund's pissed. I'm pissed too. I think a lot of these people have put out bad faith arguments, not JD, but I'm talking about like the people in his chat are usually unhinged leftists on Twitch. And yeah. I mean, they're getting free they're getting free recognition on Twitch right now, which is funny.
So let's see. You're defending the lies of the administration. All facts point to a woman who's just trying to get through this holdup. She wasn't legally able to do that. They were detaining her. They said, stop moving, get out of your car.
Nofo, if you want more information on that, there's plenty of videos out there on when you get money in videos and how the monetization process works. I don't feel like explaining that in this video. So just look up how monetization works on YouTube, and you'll be able to find a good video that explains it. I'm not going to say which ones are the best ones, but there's plenty of videos that describe how YouTube monetization works, when you get paid, how it all sorts itself out.
Car. She was a woman who was just trying to get through this.
But yes,
guys, I'm just trying to get through the day. The
massively major, exactly. YouTube does pay you once a month. That is very true. YouTube pays monthly, and I love it. I love the fact that YouTube pays monthly. I think it's great.
Keep trying to arrest me for robbing a bank. If she's just trying to get through this, then why was she doing it the entire day? Let's listen to what this person's saying. There's no lies, by the way. People think that you're horrible or nothing more than self-entitled minions who are never taught proper consequences. Yeah, like, I'm not. The thing is, like, I am the only person out there that's not a bad actor. I'm not. I
can agree with that. I think Asmund, you may not agree with Asmund, but I do believe that he is coming from a real place, in his opinion. I don't think he has any specific agenda. I think he is just an unfiltered kind of guy. I think he's autistic, just like I am. But I think he's coming from a real place. And I don't necessarily think he's a bad guy. I think he does want to see a better world to some degree. He is he openly admits he's selfish, and that's a good thing. I think that's a great thing to openly admit because it's true. I think we're all selfish, and I think that the most honorable people are the ones who can admit who they are, even if who they are is not all that pretty. And who Asmongold is not all that pretty, but he's willing to be himself in front of the world, basically. And I think that takes a lot of balls. So I love Asmund. I don't always agree with the man. I do find some of his opinions to be a little bit harsh from time to time, but he's an interesting dude. I really do enjoy watching his show. I enjoy watching him on YouTube. I'm not a big fan of the news, though. When he's covering news, I like watching him stream video games more than anything. Massively Major says he likes that. That's funny. But Massively Major, you're the man.
I'm direct,
I love you, bro.
I'm honest, I'm logical, and I'm fair. And people that don't like that are getting mad. She got conflicting information from different officers, one telling her to continue driving through, the other telling her to stop. I didn't see any officer tell her to drive through. Do you think...
Yeah, it looked like they were trying to get her out of the car. It looked like, based on everything I saw, that the officers were trying to get her out of the car. Because she was impeding traffic, and not only that, just interfering in general in a federal case. So, I still think the guy should not have pulled the gun. The dude should not have pulled the gun. I still think that was a bad move. Even in self-defense. Like, if she had a gun, sure, pull the gun. If she was, like, pointing a gun at him, and he had no other choice but defend himself with his gun, fine. But if she is trying to run him over, which is bad, which is very bad, by the way, don't condone that. Something's got to give at a certain point, you know.
Think that do you think they wanted her to drive through whenever they had their hand on the handle? And there was a person who was standing in front of her vehicle? I mean, logically, do you really think that would that be the logical conclusion that you would come to? Because I remember they yelled at her and they said, stop and get out, or something like that. Like, that's what I heard. Didn't you guys hear that? I'm pretty sure I heard that. All the news sources are literally reporting that she refused conflicted information. I'm not asking what... the news sources are reporting. I'm asking whether it happened or not. The news sources are probably all lying. There's no reason to listen to them. Why would you listen to them? Just look at it yourself. Why would you let them make a decision for you if you could just read it and watch it yourself? It's not true. She was literally parked sideways blocking traffic. Yeah.
Obviously, she had a car. Weighs more than a bullet, but doesn't go as fast as a bullet, right? I feel like I felt like it was an uneven match. I felt like he was able to get around. And granted, he was in front, she was going forward. At that point, the car is being used as a weapon, yes. But at the same time, I still feel that the gun did not need to be used. I don't think it needed to be. I don't know. I enjoy Asmund's takes. I don't think he's right, but he is entertaining.
Don't let your lying ears deceive you. Guy, you didn't hear what you heard. No, it's something different.
I like Asmund's delivery.
We need real journalism in this country. We need to trust journalists, and I do make decisions for myself as well. I've reviewed the evidence. Okay. So, based on reviewing the evidence, what about what I said was wrong? Like, we need real journalism in this country. I mean, yeah, I agree with you, but you're not getting it like that.
My man drinks so... I mean, I guess you could say I drink too many Sprite Zero sugars, but my man drinks a lot of freaking Coca-Cola and Diet Cola products. It's crazy, man. I'm not a fan of what happened, but honestly, if you're going to try to run over the dude, just stop.
See what he's saying.
Even if she's going forward 5 miles per hour, she's still going forward towards him. Now, granted, I still think him getting the gun out was so stupid. I'm not a fan of that.
One more. We got to move on after this.
Hold on.
She was doing this all day, yeah. And it's crazy. The left, there are people that tell black people to just comply with the cops being pulled over so this doesn't happen. Then when a white woman doesn't comply and drives through them and the federal officers get shot, they point to the feds. I mean, that her murder was not justifiable. ICE pretty much murdered this woman. She was innocent. She wasn't innocent. She didn't follow an order, and she drove directly into this guy. She drove directly into him. It was completely justifiable. It's totally justifiable. Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, it's just such a simple thing to say, right? I mean, like, the guy was going to get run over, and that's it. She should have just gotten out of the car. The moment that you don't comply with police officers is the moment that you put your life in danger. I disagree that she was driving directly into the guy. The facts do not support this. They do. They do support it. They do. Sorry. Yeah, you saw it happen. Everybody saw it happen. There's always people that... Yeah, gymnastics, exactly. It's such a simple concept.
No, there's a lot of mental gymnastics that you have to do when debating with a lefty, because their arguments are usually the most extreme arguments, the most like one-off type of arguments that just piss you off. It's like, why are you bringing that up? It doesn't make any sense. It's such a rare occurrence for certain things to happen. I think that left-leaning people tend to have a lot of bad faith arguments, and they don't try to get to the truth. They're all about rules. They're all about optics. They don't care about the truth. They don't care about the substance of the situation. So that's how I feel about leftists. That's just how I feel.
Such a simple concept.
Look, there's a part of me that feels very, very sad for this woman, not just because she lost her life, but because I think she is a victim of left-wing ideology.
Yeah.
Oh, JD Vance, spot on, dude. Spot on. And to elaborate more on what Vance is saying before we listen to the rest of Vance's argument here, is, yeah, I'm very disappointed. I'm very saddened that she lost her life. And yeah, is she the victim of left-wing ideology? Sure. I think left-wing ideology is mostly very toxic and victim. And by the way, it's all about victimhood in left-wing ideology, which I believe ultimately is a very toxic mindset. It's basically who can out-victim the other. And that's why I don't vote left. If somebody says they're Democrat, I know they're just going to pretend to be a victim. I don't like it. So I won't vote for a Democrat. People are waking up to the Democrat Party. A lot of people have walked away from the left. Like, I understand that the right is not ideal, and I do believe there's a lot of rot in the Republican Party, but there's a lot of rot, more rot, in my opinion, in the Democrat Party. Straight up. Yeah.
Yes.
What young mother shows up and decides they're going to throw their car in front of ICE officers who are enforcing legitimate law?
Exactly.
Yeah. I mean, she really was trying to impede what they were doing. Would I vote libertarian ever? Absolutely. No, absolutely 100% I would vote libertarian. Ryan, I absolutely would, bro.
Exactly. You're a parent. Like, you're risking your child's well-being.
Because there's a major difference between a libertarian and a liberal. Libertarian and liberals, two different things, in my opinion. I would love to vote libertarian, without a doubt.
If you get arrested or detained or something happens,
You've got to be a little brainwashed to get to that point to where you're willing, not just to protest, that's fine, not peacefully protest, but throw your vehicle in front of legitimate law enforcement officers and drive your car into them. To get to that point, you have to be,
you got to be a nutball.
I think, radicalized in a very, very sad way.
You got to be a nutball for sure.
I certainly wish that she hadn't got there. I know there's an ICE officer right now who very much wishes he was not put in the position where he had to fire a gun to defend his own
nobody
life.
wants to be in that position.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. What's your message, following up on that, what's your message to the leaders in Minnesota, the governor of Minnesota, the mayor of Minneapolis, to calm down the situation on the ground, on the streets? What's your message also to those protesters who saw that video in a completely different way than you saw that video?
Well, first of all, I think if you watch
every lying retards, there's no reason to engage with a lying retard.
I agree with Asmund there.
I mean, like, so the moment that you indulge even for 1% that there is any honesty in it at all, you instantly lose. Do not even engage with it at all. What they should be saying is sorry for agitating all of these problems, and they should be working with ICE and the federal government now to ensure that none of their other citizens get killed by pretending to be heroes. That's what they should be doing.
Angle of that video, there is one angle where if you squint, you can maybe tell yourself that it's not clear what happened. But when you look at all angles of that video, it is very clear that our vehicle...
Yeah, and there were multiple angles. So if you were a legitimate person, if you were an honest person, you'll look at all the angles, which I went on X and I took a look at all the different angles. It was a disturbing scene for sure. But it was clear that she was trying to use her car to run the dude over. Very clear. She was in the wrong. The ICE agent is still in the wrong, in my opinion, for shooting her. Both were in the wrong. I want to make that clear. I believe both of them were in the wrong.
Vehicle went right for the guy. She actually collided with him, and then that's, of course, when he fired his shots. That's obvious, okay? So what I'd say to the protesters is, by all means, protest peacefully, but make this about ideas. Make this about disagreement with our policy. Don't use your protest as a justification or an encouragement for people to go and incite violence and participate in violence against our law enforcement officials. To the people on the ground in Minneapolis, meaning the local officials in Minneapolis, from Tim Walsall on down, I'd say, look, why can't you just disagree with a given piece of immigration policy without turning law enforcement into the enemy? And
because they think that this is a big problem, is that people think that whenever they're protesting, they can break the law. And there is like a core fundamental problem with this, that somewhere down the line, people convince themselves that if they are sufficiently aggrieved by something, they can break the law in the process of protesting it.
That is sadly the mindset. That's a real mindset. Because a lot of these leftists feel like the law doesn't apply to them because they feel like they're being like the Batman. They feel like they're being like Batman. They're like, well, I'm basically Batman in this scenario. I'm saving everybody. It's the whole white savior thing. It's like, you know, like white people just want to be saviors or whatever. It's the white savior syndrome, I guess is what they call it. And a lot of them feel, even when they're breaking the law or doing something unethical or something stupid that just endangers everybody, they think they're in the right because in their Karen mind, in their Karen style mind, they think, well, because I'm upset, because I'm offended, I can do whatever I want in this scenario because I'm offended. That's pretty much the logic. There's not much. There is no logic. It's all emotion. And when a Karen determines that they're offended by something or someone, all law and rule go out the window. They feel like they can do whatever they want to that person. Yep. That's the ideology of the Karen. is once they're offended by something or someone, the rules don't apply to the Karen, and they can do whatever they want to that someone or something. White guilt. It's white guilt run amok. White guilt.
That's basically, that is the core issue. It's that when somebody feels like something is problematic or bad enough or something like that, they can just go out and do whatever they want.
The Musty Burger, what are you talking about, bro?
For example, a criminal law.
You're probably
where
a
police
leftist
officer
Karen.
goes and arrests somebody because they violated a criminal.
Dude, by the way, the Musty Burger, you can't deny that the Democrat Party is filled with Karens, pearl-clutching Karens. They're awful. Male Karens are just as bad. Do you guys want to speak to my manager? Talk to Asmund Gould.
Law. If you're mad about that, go and protest the politician who passed that law. Don't attack the police officer who's just doing their job. We had
Absolutely. Yeah, and these officers, they're just trying to do their job and get paid. That's it. And yeah, killing someone who doesn't stop isn't police procedure. It is when they're not stopping directly in front of you. And I think they can get away without accountability. Why are you banning people who disagree with you? I ban people all the time. I don't want to sit around and argue with people that are fighting in bad faith.
That's the complete opposite view that I have. Asmund Gould has the complete opposite viewpoint from what I have. My viewpoint is very simple. I love arguing with morons. I think it's hilarious. I think it's funny. And I love it when morons take over my chat. Because what it does is it exposes the morons for what they really are, morons. Because these people who believe in these shitty ideas, they should be heard. And not just heard, but mocked. And they need that opportunity to be mocked and humbled. So the reason I don't ban anybody, even the most annoying of the most annoying, is because I want them to be mocked. I want there to be arguing in the chat. Because the only way things get squared away and settled in this world is when motherfuckers disagree with each other. Disagreeing with each other is a good thing. We should not all agree with each other. In fact, we should be kind of pissed off. And we should state our case. The only time things get done is through real debate, real arguing. It happens. Let's keep going.
Somebody wants to put something forward and say, this is what happened. We all saw what happened. They're just lying. Why should I sit here and provide a platform and have to read messages from people that are just making things up? I'm not going to do that. Why would I do that?
A wide open border under Joe Biden. I happen to think it's a good thing the President of the United States has closed it down. If you think that's a bad idea...
I don't put up with a lot of like arguers or fighters or something like that.
Yep.
Like I'm not... This isn't a position, like, this is not a stream where I'm going to listen to, like, every point and you're going to sit here and fight with me and argue with me. I don't do that. I might listen to, like, a counterpoint every once in a while, sure. But, like, I don't want to have my chat full of people that are trying to fight with me and argue with me all the time. It's annoying and it's weird. Why would I want to do that? Fuck no.
Criticize this administration for a policy decision. Don't attack our people for enforcing the law. Because I guarantee you go to ICE, there are black people and white people, there are Democrats and Republicans, they are patriotic Americans who are trying to enforce the law. Attack me, lay off of our ICE agents. Yeah, in the blue, all the way, yeah.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Vice President. You called on Tim Walz to resign. Can you lay out the case as to why he should step down?
Oh, I can think of plenty. Tim Walz absolutely deserves to resign. And that's the O face I get right there. That pause, that O face that JD Vance is making right there, that's the face I make thinking about Tim Walz resigning. That is my O face. That is my ejac face thinking about Tim Walz resigning. I want Tim Walz to resign so bad. He's such a piece of crap, dude. Such a piece of crap. Tim Walz sucks.
Well, I think Tim Walz should resign because it's very clear either that he knew about the fraud in Minneapolis, he knew about the welfare fraud, or at the very least he looked the other way. I mean, this is not this is not like Lex Luthor, right? This is not movie villain.
Yeah, because obviously Tim Walz is not a genius. Tim Walz is an incompetent boob who I think is honestly has ass-kissed his way up to where he's at. There are some people who are just so good at kissing ass that that's how they up their rank. Is they kiss ass, and then how did I get to be governor? My nose. I've been sticking it in some butts. I've been putting it in your ass. Yeah. That's what happens, man.
God. You said this guy's retarded. Yep, there it is. Absolutely.
Fraud. This is the lowest IQ possible fraud. This is, we're going to take the absence of kids and set up a daycare center where there are no children, and we're going to call our early...
No, without a doubt. Sky Wonderly. I'm surprised Walz is not in jail for all the fraud. So much fraud happened under his watch. It's insane. And it's pretty much the majority of that fraud is committed by one community. I'm not going to mention the community, obviously, but we know what community. And it's BS, and it needs to stop. So, Tim Walz, I hope you resign, bro. I hope you resign. Tim Walz, please, for the love of God, resign.
Childhood Education Center, the Quality Learing Center. By the way...
The Quality... Shout out, dude! Shout out to Quality Learing Center, by the way. We're very sad that they had to close their doors. Shout out to the Quality Learing Center, though. Nick Shirley, what have you done? You made the Quality Learing Center shut down, bro. The funnel, the money has been cut off. Quality Learing Center is no more because they couldn't get the federal funds they needed to funnel their money to other Ponzi schemes that they were producing. Thanks a lot. Now how the hell are they going to get free shit? Quality Learing Center had to shut down. And were they an illegitimate business? Yes. But I still love the Quality Learing Center. I graduated. I didn't really graduate from the Quality Learing Center, but I wish I did. I don't. I'm just kidding.
He's actually going there.
Of kids and set up a daycare center where there are no children, and we're going to call our early childhood education center
I'm sad.
Quality Learing Center. By the way, if you can't spell learning, maybe you shouldn't be in early childhood education. But people...
I mean, spot on, dude. If you have a sign that misspells the word learning, don't even put up the sign. Don't even put up the sign. Or at least correct it as soon as you can. The fact of the matter is, it probably said Learing for quite a while, and nobody ever called him out on it. But the Quality Learing Center is proof positive. Not proof positive, but it's the symbol for the fraud that has happened in Minnesota. And Governor Walz, do the right thing and resign, because you allowed everything to happen there. Everything bad to happen in Minnesota. You basically turned a blind eye to this fraud. And I hope you get investigated.
Oh, man. I love it. I love it. Yep. I'm sorry, I usually agree with common sense takes. It's Connery. How you can defend a shooting, it's chill behavior. It's undeniable it was justified. I've explained it 50 times. I'm not going to explain it again.
People got rich off of this. We know that there were schools who either had no enrollment...
I know it's complicated, guys. I know it's hard. I know. Don't drive your car into federal officers. Don't do it. Don't do it. You're going to die.
Yep.
Or at least
Don't
they
do it.
overstated their enrollment. Tim Walz, either it was unbelievable incompetence or he was in on the fraud. That's
It's
one of
hard.
the things we're going to get to the bottom of. Sir.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Can you explain the difference between this associate attorney
Yeah, I think Tim Walz had a pretty good idea what was happening.
general and a special counsel? And do you envision this being a permanent position or having more of a limited scope?
Yep. Well, it's going to be permanent until we get to the...
We're gonna watch the rest of this, but I want some cheese and crackers. Hold on. All right, you guys, cheese and crackers. I got this from Grocery Outlet. They were closing down the one in Coos Bay. They're keeping the one in North Bend open. I should probably take a piss before I continue this. All right. Okay. Sean Lawn, dude. Happy poop, yum yum. Happy poop, yum yum. Happy poop, happy poop. Happy poop, yum yum. Happy poop, yum yum. Happy poop, yum yum. Happy poop, happy poop, happy poop, yum yum. Thank you for the happy poop, yum yums. Sean Lawn, I really appreciate you, my brony brother. All right, I'm going to, let's see, I think I'm going to start with the, oh yeah, here we go. Some of this American cheese. Is this shit stuck? There we go. I got a sweet cheese platter here, man. Oh, there's Swiss cheese. Hold on. Straight up Swiss cheese right here, man. Look at that. I appreciate the happy poop, man. I think we're going to go probably half and half here. I think we just need to... Here we go. One moment. All right, you guys ready? Oh, there we go. Oh my God, yeah. Oh yeah. That Swiss cheese, yeah. Yeah, look at that. So hot. I'm getting all boned up for JD Vance. I love JD Vance, dude. He's so cute. JD Vance is super cute. All right. Nah. That's an interesting take, man. I hope Donald Trump prohibits BlackRock and Vanguard from buying single-family homes. I think if they want to own apartment complexes, fine. But single-family homes, stay away from that. I will say this, though. I own real estate investment trusts. And to be honest, I do have mixed feelings because I love real estate. Dude, I love real estate investment trusts, dude. They're amazing. All right, guys, I'm done eating cheese. I also got some pepper jack cheese in here. I think I got Colby Jack. Guada cheese. Oh, hell yeah. Oh, they got Guada. Oh, and Monterey pepper jack cheese. Hell yeah. All right. Oh, got my pomegranate juice. I ate some cheese. Crackers and cheese, man. Nothing better. But we got Nate Dogg in the house. Back to the fridge. Hell yeah. Guava cheese, it's not bad. I got that at Grocery Outlet, though, that little cheese platter. I got it for only like a couple bucks, I think. Good amount of cheese, too, in it. Hey, as long as I get cheese in my ass, it's all that matters. All right, let's watch the rest of this Asmongold reaction video. I'm a React streamer who reacts to other reactors. No sausage. I don't have any sausage, so I just decided to do cheese and crackers. I'm a basic bitch. I prefer having some summer sausage, though. I love summer sausage.
To the bottom of what's going on, so I think it's going to last for at least the remainder of the administration.
Probably,
What's different about it from a special counsel is, if you remember, the Jack Smith case where the special counsel was found unconstitutional, one of the big issues there is that that person was not an appointed person, completely aside from all the other issues that the person was a lunatic and that the case had no merit. There was a fundamental constitutional issue, which is that he had not been appointed by the president and he had not been confirmed by the United States Senate. An assistant attorney general, what that's going to allow us to do is appoint this person, have them confirmed by the Senate. That's one difference. The more substantive difference is that this person is going to be part of a very broad interagency White House that's being led from the president of the United States on down. And that's going to give him the resources, the access to material and information to make this person more effective. I think a lot of people have asked, how are you really going to get to the heart of the fraud? We've been asking ourselves that question for the past couple of months, and we think this is the critical piece at the...
Oh, by the way, Nathan, I forgot to mention, or forgot to ask earlier, were you able to get your Prius situation figured out? Like, did it need to be jump-started or anything, or what happened there, dude? Oh. Because I'm thinking it was just because you hadn't started it in a while. Usually could be the reason why the battery might have just kind of... Bah. But yeah, let me know, man, because I know it was kind of raining most of the day, so it was probably tough to be able to jumpstart it and stuff, but... Oh, did you text me earlier? Making sure I'm not missing any texts. Hold on. Okay, I didn't miss anything. Okay. Yeah. But, yeah, I was going to say... not yet, been busy. Okay. Yeah, man, just when you have a free moment, man, or at least maybe tomorrow. I don't know what I'm doing tomorrow, actually. I know I'm going to be streaming tomorrow, but hopefully it's not raining. As long as the weather's decent, as long as it's not raining, it'll be very easy for us to jumpstart that battery by using my jumper cables. But yeah, by the way, Savage Batty, yeah, dude, we got JD Vance on the screen.
The Department of Justice to really ramp this fraud investigation into high gear. In the red tie, yeah.
Vice President Vance, I wanted to ask, what's your message to far leftist agitators who feel emboldened to obstruct ICE activity in Minnesota and around the country?
Well, I think they shouldn't feel emboldened because now they have an assistant attorney general.
Yeah, they shouldn't. I just think it's a bad idea, dude. It's like when people go after police officers. It's not a good idea. Technically, the ICE agents are still agents, whether you like it or not.
Who is going to prosecute and investigate their fraud and their violence more aggressively
they gotta go even harder
than it
on
has
it
ever
now.
been investigated in the United States
Absolutely.
of America. We are doing so much to try to find the financing networks and the domestic terrorism networks that legitimate this violence, that fund this violence, and that, of course, engage in the violence. These people should not feel emboldened because they have, for the first time, maybe in American history, an administration that is not going to tolerate political violence of any
Hell
kind.
yeah. Get him, JD. Get him, JD. Woo! You got this, JD.
Yeah.
Thank God. Yeah, they've got to shut this down. They've got to shut down the political violence. It's so bad. It is crazy.
I'm rooting for you, JD. I'm rooting for you. No, but there are a lot of lunatics that are on the left who just... And, like, look, I'm not a fan of ICE. I want to make it very clear. I'm not a fan of ICE. Regardless, though, I'm not going to... If ICE was in this town, I would not be going out of my way to impede their investigations, because they're still a federal agency, whether you agree with them or not. And this whole situation's gotten out of hand, though. It's gotten way out of hand. But, you know, if they're doing actual unethical things, you know, report it. Get them on video doing the unethical things. Right? Yeah, the whole situation's crazy.
It's not clear today that the entire weight of the federal government is behind these ICE agents and this ICE agent in particular. There is still a federal investigation happening on the ground. Does that mean that they are not looking into this ICE agent at all? They are just focused on the woman who was in the car? What is the investigation if the federal government has already determined that its weight is behind this ICE?
I mean, all things considered, she did try to run him over. Look at the angle. There's like 3 or 4 different videos. Well, I think 3. From what I remember, I saw 3 angles. 3 different angles. And from each of the angles, one angle was pretty tough to determine. The other one was pretty damning. He was clearly in front of the car. And she was going forward with the car. Granted, I do not believe he should have used his weapon. No. That just shouldn't have happened. I don't think he had any right to shoot her, even though she was trying to run him over. I think both were in the wrong. She was in the wrong for trying to run him over, and he was in the wrong for shooting her. That's it, you know.
So what do you mean when you say investigation? Do you mean investigation of the shooting yesterday or of the fraud that's happening in Minneapolis?
Yesterday.
Okay, look, DHS, as I understand it, has an investigation already ongoing. I know that other organs of our government are looking at this. So yes, there's certainly an investigation that's happening right now. But as part of the broader fraud investigation, a lot of what we're doing with the Department of Justice has already started. We've got over 1,500 subpoenas. We've got people this morning, actually. We're going door to door to actually knock on some of these fraudulent
Sam,
care
what up,
centers,
Brony?
These fraudulent social services organizations to get to the
My
bottom
Brony brother.
of what's going on there.
Hell yeah.
So the investigation in some ways has already been ramping up into the anti-fraud element for at least a few weeks. What we're trying to do is supercharge it and make sure there's a designated person within the Department of Justice who completely controls that particular focus.
It's very clear that this problem is so bad that they need to have more people involved with it. It's so obvious.
Yeah. Just to follow up on that, Mr. Vice President, on the agent, is he still on duty or has he been placed on leave, on administrative leave? And what really was the target of the operation on Wednesday?
They're not going to say what the target is,
Well, first
right?
of all, it was a legitimate law enforcement operation. We were going door to door to try to find criminal illegal aliens and deport them from the United States of America, because if you come to our country illegally in violation of our immigration laws, then we have the mandate, and in fact, we have the legal duty to enforce those immigration laws. Whether he's been placed on administrative leave, I don't know the answer to that question. I'd refer it to the Department of Homeland Security, and they can follow.
No, I believe that ICE has dropped the ball in certain ways, that some of the agents that they hire are not acting in good faith. I'll agree with that. But there's also some that I feel like... Well, Jesus. Let's keep going. Sorry.
Follow up. I will say, look, I would appreciate everybody saying a prayer for that agent. Look, in the past 6 months, he has been hit twice by a motor vehicle.
Holy
One time,
shit.
the first time, it led to over 30 stitches
Yeah, that's
and very serious
insane.
injuries to his legs. This is a guy who's actually done a very, very important
Imagine
job for the
almost
United
getting run
States of
over
America.
twice.
He's been assaulted, he's been attacked, he's been injured because of it. He deserves a debt of gratitude, and I think the media prejudging and talking about this guy as if he's a murderer is one of the most disgraceful things I've ever seen from the American media. Yeah.
Vice President, what is your specific role in
I agree
the
with that.
future of Venezuela? And I'm wondering,
Oh, boy.
could you confirm reports that the Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard, was kept out of the planning for the operations because of her past concerns about military involvement in Venezuela?
So I've heard a couple of things. One, that I was
agitating, bro, agitating like crazy.
Kept out of the planning for the Venezuela operation, that's false. And another, that Tulsi was kept out of the planning for Venezuela operations, that's completely false. Look, we're all part of the same team. And one of the things that is really amazing about that operation is that we kept it very tight to the senior cabinet level officials and related officials in our government. And we kept this operation secret for a very long time. I'm very proud of that. I think it suggests that the team works very well together. Well, looking ahead, what is my role? Look, my role is going to be whatever the president asks me to do.
Yeah, sure.
Well, every other day, I'm chairing the meeting that we do on this among White House principals to talk about next steps to try to ensure that Venezuela is stable.
Anything on Iran?
And as the
I'll look at it
president has
later.
directed us to do, to ensure that the
Yeah,
new
we'll get a little bit more of
Venezuelan
this and then
government
probably do that.
actually listens to the United States and does what the United States needs it to do under our country's best interest. So I'm going to be as involved as the president wants me to be. So far, that's been very involved. And I'll keep on doing that so long as the president asks me to do it. In the purple.
Yes.
Even
Mr.
beyond the war powers
Sorry,
resolution.
we'll go purple and then we'll go pink or whatever that is. in front.
Jesus.
And then beige.
All right.
Okay.
Are there any indications, you talked about the network, are there any indications that the lady who was shot, I know there are different reports from there, her wife said they were new to the area. Are there any indications she may have been a paid agitator, and maybe that there are others that were brought to the area, considering everything that's going on?
Garza lives.
I wouldn't say that she was paid.
Thank you
I don't have
massively,
the evidence
Major. I
to say
appreciate
that
it.
one way or the other. What I do
My
know is
brony
that she was
brother.
violating the law, and if you just look at the eyewitness accounts, they were saying she was there to prevent the
Yeah,
enforcement.
she was. They said she was like leading it in a lot of cases. I'll be right back. Give me a second. Yeah, no, this is exactly. I mean, I don't know if she's paid. Who knows if she's paid?
Of the law. She was trying to obstruct a legitimate law enforcement operation. That much
Shouldn't
is
do that.
obviously clear. The rest of it, of course, is part of the reason why we investigate this stuff. Yeah.
Mr. Vice President, even beyond the war powers resolution today, Congress has bucked President Trump on issues like tariffs. Are you concerned that President Trump...
Okay, I thought she said effed President Trump on those. Whoa. Charlie Surfs says, God, JD Vance is insufferable. Why? JD Vance is the man, dude. Massively Major says, ha ha ha, did you know that I am an immigrant from Canada to the USA? I did not know that. I did not know that at all. Hell yeah. Well, welcome to the USA, Massively Major. You're a beast, and I appreciate you being so involved in this channel, man.
is losing his grip
Involved with
on
this channel.
Republicans in the Congress, and what are you going to do about it?
No, I'm not concerned at all. First of all, we talked.
I don't think he is after that operation, man. After that operation where they just got Maduro, I think people are behind him. I do.
Senators who are going to vote the wrong way, in my view, on this resolution
The
today.
people see that,
Much
they
of
say,
their
"God
argument
damn."
is based more on a legal technicality than any disagreement in policy. If you
Mm-hmm.
look at the people who actually voted, every single one of them have supported the administration's plan. Second of all, as the president, I believe himself has already said, every president, Democrat or Republican, believes the War Powers Act is fundamentally a fake and unconstitutional law.
Uh-huh.
It's not going to change anything about how we conduct foreign policy over the next couple of weeks, the next couple of months.
Yeah, I prefer listening to JD Vance. If there's one person I enjoy listening to, it's JD Vance. I feel like he's just really articulate. He can articulate his points. He's an intelligent dude. He's just a great speaker. And I honestly, you can learn. Honestly, just listening to JD Vance speak can turn you into an incredible speaker. He's an amazing dude. And yeah, I think he's fantastic. He presents himself very well, and I think he's fantabulous.
Months, and that'll continue to be how
Tulsi
we
Gabbard
approach
for
things. Go
VP,
ahead.
absolutely, dude.
President. So we are
love
seeing,
Tulsi.
regarding
She's
Iran,
great.
we are seeing the protests in Iran these days. The
They're getting
citizens
crazy.
are begging for help from the U.S. and Israel,
Mhm.
naming streets in the city after President Trump. It seems there is an opportunity here that may not come again. Will the United States stand by the citizens of Iran? And if Israel decides to strike again the nuclear sites in Iran, is the U.S. expected to take part?
Well, look, we
don't
certainly
know,
stand by
yeah.
anybody who's engaged in peaceful
Why would they
protests,
say that?
anybody who's trying to exert their rights for
Of course they're not gonna
association
say
and to
that.
have their voices heard. Obviously,
Duh.
the Iranian regime has a lot of problems, and as the President of the United States has said,
I've heard about
the
that.
smartest thing for them to have done, it was true 2 months ago, it's true today, is for them to actually...
You guys don't forget to tap the subscribe button. The more subscribers we have, the better. It does help the channel grow in more ways than one, so please tap that subscribe button. We need you. We want you to tap the subscribe. Let's go.
have a real negotiation with the United States about what we need to see when it comes to their nuclear program. I'll let the president speak to what we're going to do in the future, but we certainly stand with anybody across the world, including the Iranian people who are advocating for their rights. I'll take just a couple more questions. Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vice President.
Yeah, we're going to look at that in a bit. It's actually insane.
Venezuela, how would you
Calling her a domestic terrorist, I mean, look, if she was trying to run over, and she was also impeding a lot of that investigation too. The report is pretty glaring on her involvement, but did she deserve to get shot? No, I don't believe she did. She was using her car as a weapon ultimately, but still, it's not, the ICE officer shouldn't have shot her. I don't think it was a good move. You know, and technically at that point you can use self-defense as an argument, but no, I can't. I don't like it. The ultimate question is, should the dude get in trouble? I think I don't think he deserves to... If he's going to be an ICE agent, he should be relegated to different duties.
assure the Caribbean region that they will remain a zone of peace? Because some member states in
No,
the
she
region
used
have
her car
concerns.
as a
Well,
weapon.
look, the president had
Sorry.
a very productive phone call with the president of Colombia yesterday, and we continue to talk at all levels of government with a number of our friends in the Caribbean region. I actually think this is really good for peace in the Caribbean, because when you take away a major source of illegal cartel revenue, which is the cocaine trade, the fentanyl trade, other sources of illicit revenue, you actually remove the power
They don't have oil?
of one of the
Yeah.
main destabilizing forces in Latin
No, the
America.
Colombian president, no, they had a meeting, and then he posted a AI generated...
If you watch the different angles, by the way, you'll see that he was still in front of the car. And she would have ran him over. Ultimately. So, yeah. Big Dog, you're wrong. Six Lario, whatever your name is, you're wrong. She used her car as a weapon. She used her car as a weapon. And I'm not on his side. I don't think he should have shot her. I think he should have dodged, got out of the way, just counted his blessings that he's still alive. She should have gotten arrested for sure, but sadly, she got shot. That sucks. You guys, stop with your bad faith arguing in the chat. For all of you guys that are doing this bad faith arguing, you saw the videos that I saw. You saw the videos that I saw. I don't believe that he did the right thing. He should not have shot her. But she did use her car as a weapon based on the information. Based on the video. Look at the different angles. Look at the different angles, you guys.
Rated image of a tiger and like a bald eagle together or something. So I think we're going to be able to work things out with Colombia. Things are going to be fine. Yeah, no, it's fine. I'm being serious. That literally happened.
America and in the Caribbean. I really do think, look,
Yeah,
we
no,
say
we're
it all
gonna
the
be
time,
fine.
this is the president of peace. One of the ways that you establish peace in your own hemisphere is to make it clear that
It's
the United
convenient.
States is going to be respected, that the United
Saves
States
tons
is
of money.
willing to take power away from criminal cartel
Mm-hmm.
organizations and give it to legitimate governments. That's how we see the future of the Western Hemisphere, and we think it's going to be much
Eagle
more
flies high,
peaceful
for
than
sure.
it was certainly under Joe Biden. I'll take one more question. Go ahead.
Mr. Vice President, thank you. On Greenland, do you have a message?
Greenland.
For European
Uh-oh.
leaders? Many in Europe reject the idea that the island could be for sale.
Yeah.
Well, first of all, Secretary Rubio, I believe, is meeting with the leaders of Denmark and Greenland
We're getting
next
it.
week. I want to say it is.
We're
Maybe
getting
it's the
it.
week after that. We'll continue to deliver some of these messages in private, some of them in public. But I guess my advice to
It's gonna
European
happen.
leaders and anybody else would be to take the President of the United States seriously. What has he said about Greenland? Set to the side.
Sean Loss, spot on. Look at the many angles, not the TikTok angles. I bet if you go on TikTok and see the videos, a lot of those videos are going to show that the angles that you want to see, right? I saw as many angles as I could. I want to see if there's more video footage out there, more angles. I would love to look at those angles to make sure. But it's just every indication shows that he was in front of the car and she was going to run him over. TikTok does stir the hate, man. Absolutely. And look, it's our choice at the end of the day to be hateful or loving. If you guys disagree with me, that's fine. I might argue with you a bit, but at the end of the day, I don't hate you guys. In fact, I do love the fact that you guys are even here. I still think that it's unfortunate. I don't like to see a loss of life in any situation. I really don't.
Side the crazy overreactions that I've seen from the press and from certain people in Europe. What does the
Marcus
president say?
Rubius?
Number one,
Yeah.
Greenland is really important, not just to America's missile defense, but to the world's missile defense. Number two, we know that there are hostile adversaries that have shown a lot of interest in that particular territory, that particular slice of the world.
Worth your
So
try.
what we're asking are European...
I think if we wanted to buy Greenland, yeah, maybe that's possible, but I don't think we should try to take it by force. In my opinion, I don't see it the way they see it.
Greenland would be, dude, if honestly, if we could set up military bases in Greenland and really set up some power, we would be able to defend America in many, many ways. Straight up. America would be completely defended at that point.
See it in terms of it being super important. I look at Greenland I think it'd be funny if we took it in a way, right? I wouldn't support doing it with the military because it just seems like it's dumb. But at the same time, we can't take Minnesota. We need to take Minnesota before we take Greenland. That's my mentality for it.
And friends to do is to take the security of that landmass more seriously.
Just a hassle,
because
yeah.
if they're not, the United States is going to have to do something about it. What that is, I'll leave that to the president as we continue to engage in diplomacy with our European friends and everybody on this particular topic. And again, thank you all for listening. Thanks for taking questions. And I just ask you, look, this is politics, and often Republicans and get in arguments with the press about things. And I understand that. I think it's really irresponsible for you guys to go out there and imply or tell the American people that a guy who defended himself from being rammed by an automobile is guilty of murder. Be a little bit more careful. We're going to talk about toning down the temperature, which I know the president wants to do, and I certainly want to do. One of the ways we tone down the temperature is to have a media that
They don't want to tone down the temperature. They want you to tone down your temperature, and they want to keep their temperature.
Yeah, it's interesting. I agree with you, Asman. Rules for thee, but not for me. That's basically what leftists want, man. The leftists want us to fall in line. They want us to fall in line. But they won't fall in line to us, right? I don't believe in compromise anyway, so I look at it like this. I don't try to control other people. I don't. It's not my bag. It's not my interest. But I think that there's a lot of, there's a lot of authoritarian behavior on the leftist side of things. So leftists tend to be more authoritarian because they're socialists, in my opinion. All right. Oh, I hate George Bush. George Bush Jr. was awful, man. I'm not a fan.
The truth.
That's what they want
to
to
do that. God bless you.
Yeah. There it is. No, he's totally right. He is. He's right.
So with all these Hilton honors points, I could stay.
I'll say this, man. It's a wild situation. All right, you guys. I'm gonna call it a night. If anybody if you guys want to keep the stream going, super chats, they definitely help. But I do want to say this in conclusion. JD Vance hit some interesting points, but here are my unique thoughts on it. The lady was using her car as a weapon. The ICE agent should not have used at all in any way. I think it was irresponsible of the ICE agent to shoot, and I think it was unethical. He should not have shot her. Nate Dogg says, fucking ad peasant. I love it. But no, here's the thing. What I really believe is that I think both were in the wrong. The ICE agent was in the wrong, and the lady who was using her car to run over the ICE agent, I think she was in the wrong too. I don't think you need to... I still wish he would have shot out the tires or something, right? Obviously, she was trying to run the dude over. But yeah, it's wild. And by the way, I'm not a fan of ICE. I really am not. But they're still a federal agency. And have they gotten a little out of hand? Yes. And I think there needs to be more checks and balances with ICE. Granted. Completely. It is sad to see a loss of life, though. It honestly... pretty disappointing that lady had to die. And it would have been nice if it would have turned out differently. Okay, you guys, well, I got nothing else to add, man. Tired. And, yep. Just kind of sad about the whole
Smart
thing,
founders
man.
know something.
Really, really sad. Honestly, I'm pretty... Just seeing that video is pretty rough. Was she a terrorist? I don't know. Yeah. But they are a federal agency. I'm not saying that they should be bullies. I think that the ICE recruitment program has a lot to improve on. Let's just say that. I think they need a better vetting process for the types of people that they get into the ICE program. But I do want to thank you guys. I am tired as all balls right now. More tired than I anticipated. If anybody's got any super chats they want to throw my way, I appreciate it. Not a requirement, obviously, but something we always try to encourage just because, well, we're greedy and we love super chats. And super chats make us all horny and randy. And I get bricked. I get bricked every time I think of a super chat. Absolutely. Abso-frickin-lutely, bro. I'm tired, man. I'm tired. I've been streaming 5 hours on this particular stream. Thank you, man. GDP, I appreciate it. DGP, sorry. Yeah, I did my best to do a good show. Quality Learing Center worked for me. 54 just graduated high school. We all miss the Quality Learing Center, though. Maybe one day they will
laugh out loud.
Open the doors back up. The Massively Major, thank you so much for your donation for the super chat. Thank you for the dollar bill. I appreciate it, man. Thank you, G-Dog. But I will say this, though. I really am depressed. I don't like seeing people die. I don't. It's sick. It felt very twisted. And yes, was the guy defending himself in the heat of the moment? He thought he did. I just don't think these guys should have lethal weapons. They've proved to be fairly irresponsible with lethal weaponry, these ICE agents. And I would prefer if you just give them advanced stun weapons. That's all you got to do. Military-grade advanced stun weapons. Because if you make the wrong decision in the heat of the moment, at least the chances of the other person dying will be minimal with stun weaponry. I'm pro stun weapons. I don't believe every weapon needs to be lethal. That's just me. Aaron Russell says I sound woke. I am woke. No, I'm just kidding. I like Joe Biden. He's number one. I love him. He sucks on my nuts. But, I'm woke as a joke. Hell yeah. But, no, I'm not woke. I look woke. I don't even know what that means. But no, I want to thank you guys again for supporting the stream. Thank you guys for the super chats. We got quite a bit. A lot of gifts as well. A lot of new memberships too. So very excited. And as always, you guys know I get pretty sprung when I see new memberships. So I appreciate it big time. Do you guys have anything else you want to add in the chat before I let you go? Anything else you want to say? I appreciate y'all. Don't forget to tap the subscribe button, though. The more people who subscribe, the better. If you subscribe, you won't miss any more of the show in the future. So please tap the subscribe button. It goes a long way. It helps the show remain woke. Helps keep us funded. Just you subscribing means a lot, man. So I appreciate y'all subscribing, keeping the show thriving. And I do hope people can be nicer to each other at the end of the day, though. I really do. I could be kind of a jerk on this show, I'll admit it. But I do hope people can be nice to each other. We've been talking about politics lately. It gets subscribers, unfortunately. But, that's the way it goes. I'll catch you all later, though. Bye for now. See you all.
Laugh out loud.
Later. Oh, thank you, DGP, for subscribing. I appreciate you, my brony brother. Thank you so much. Guys, don't forget to subscribe. If you don't want to miss the show, we got a pretty entertaining show. I really believe that. I believe I have a lot to offer. I talk about investing primarily. But lately we've been talking about the craziness in Minnesota, and we're going to keep talking about it for a bit. Until we decide we don't need to. Rams 20... Oh, whoa, the game's on? Wait, I didn't know the Rams were playing tonight. Really? The Rams played tonight. I had no idea. Oh, no. Did they play? They're playing Saturday, man. Rams versus the Panthers, dude. Let's go. Okay, you guys. Now I'm going to go. I really do hope you guys have a fabulous night.
Loud.
You guys are incredible. And stay sexy, stay safe, and have a jolly good time. And by God, don't forget to simp. Subscribe, like the stream, do your thing.